May board meeting to order. If you don't mind, bow your heads, please. Father God, we ask that you be with us this day as we continue to do the work for the county, for the citizens of this county, for the children of this county. Just let us be ever mindful of your will in our lives. In your name we pray, Lord. Amen.
There he is. Ignore that message I just sent.
Oh.
You managed it right in the presence.
Thank you.
Morning, BJ. How are you?
Morning, everyone.
I think we are live. We have called it to order, and
Waiting on the LGC to come back on. They were on.
first on the agenda is maybe you have in front of you an agenda. Let's go ahead and approve that. I know there are a couple of things that will be added that that's probably part of the commissioner's comments. Anything else that anybody knows that we need to add to this?
That is one thing I want to talk about, but I could do that at the conference.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So,
Motion by Tim, second by John. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say nay. Mr. Patterson, we are ready if they are.
Okay. They are,
For anyone who's joined us virtually, our first item on the agenda is the local government commission conversation with the LGC in regard to the current status of the town of East Laurenburg.
she was on.
she is not currently on.
Are the folks from the school system on yet?
No,
Nobody.
no one's on.
You want to call her and find out? She was on there because I saw her.
Yeah, she was on.
Do you know how they are planning to do that?
I believe Zoom, there was a Zoom link. I had emailed Max Miriam this link for this. Okay. So, this morning. So let me check one. She said she's on YouTube, but she doesn't see anything. Yeah, there's.
Yeah, YouTube, she won't be able to do it. She had to go to the link.
Yeah, she'll have to go to the link, the meeting link. And I can email that directly to Dr. LeGrand. Hang on just a second.
Hello? Sorry. Yes, Jason's going to send you the go-to meeting link. Again, he's sending it to you now.
I know, what?
Join.
And I'll send an email to,
I did not see. Ms. Goldston, how are you?
I'm fine. How's your wife?
She's doing okay. We go back to the doctor on Thursday.
Thursday?
Yeah. Thank you for asking.
and I just sent an email to Sharon Edmondson asking if she had difficulties or if she needs to be rescheduled for later in the morning.
Well, we've got some other things on the agenda, but some of those are lengthy. I don't want to start those. We need to kind of have these done.
I just emailed Dr. LeGrand.
And I know for East Laurenburg, we've had some conversation. Grant is on that.
believe if they are, if Dr. Grant is ready, I would say go ahead with her.
Okay.
Oh, somebody else just, Sharon Evans just jumped in.
Okay.
If the LGC is ready, they were actually first on the agenda.
Yes.
Kevin, are y'all ready for me now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, I apologize. The note I had said the meeting didn't start till 9:15.
That's fine.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sharon Edmondson, the Deputy Treasurer for State and Local Government Finance Division. As I'm sure all of you are aware, we are in the process of dechartering or decommissioning, whatever terminology you want to use, the town of East Laurenburg. Our goal is to have that done by June 30th, and we are on track to complete that. I will add some very much appreciated help from the county. And the reason I wanted to speak with you today is just to kind of let you know where we are. See if you had any questions about what we're doing or what the county has offered to do for us in that regard. So East Laurenburg has very few services, quite honestly, that they provide for their citizens. They have streets. They have about 15 street lights. They have a trash service that is a contract through Waste Management. And then just an elected board administrative office type setup. The state of North Carolina will take over the streets for the town. The trash pickup that arrangement is ending. We found out there actually wasn't even a current contract for that with Waste Management, but that service will be ending. We could not find anybody that was willing to administer the contract to keep that going for the residents. So the cans will be picked up at the end of the month, both the recycle and the trash cans. The residents will get one more bill because they are billed in arrears, and those payments are currently being made to the city of Laurenburg. Laurenburg is billing the trash in conjunction with the water sewer that they bill for East Laurenburg residents. So the trash will be billed that one last time in July, and residents will continue to pay Laurenburg both for water sewer and that last trash bill. So starting in August, the residents will only get water sewer bills from the city of Laurenburg with no trash pickup. We have sent a letter to the residents notifying them of this and their need to arrange to have trash service, or they have the option to take their refuse to the nearest landfill or whatever arrangements there are in Scotland County for that. We also informed the residents in this same letter about the fact that the town will cease to be as a corporate body come July 1st. And what that means for them, in addition to the issue with the trash, is that they will no longer get a tax bill for the city of Laurenburg, East Laurenburg, sorry. So the tax that was levied with the 21-22 budget is the last municipal tax that they will get. I have checked with the School of Government. Any past due tax that was properly levied by the town is still valid. And so you may still have East Laurenburg residents coming in to pay past due tax bills with the county tax collector. I would imagine your next question would be, well, what's going to happen to that money? What we've been talking with your county manager, Mr. Patterson, about, and I believe he's discussed with you, is that the county is going to take over maintaining the streetlights in East Laurenburg. And so what we are going to do in return is whatever cash is left from the town at June 30th, after we've paid all the bills, paid the employees, settled up everything that we know to settle, is whatever is left will come over to the county, for the county to use to keep the streetlights on, and whatever else it might choose to do with those funds. So any past due tax payments that are made after June 30th, I would assume would go into that pot of money as well. Plus, at some point in July, there will be a check from the city of Laurenburg for that last trash bill from the residents. And that will come back to the county as well. The other thing that's going to come to the county is the capital assets of East Laurenburg. There is a town hall building and a couple of tracts of land. There are two work trucks, one flatbed and one pickup, I believe. There's some other miscellaneous outdoor tools, an outdated computer, which we are going to bring here and wipe clean before we turn it over to the county. I think that's everything. Whatever there is will be turned over to the county. So again, the items probably of most interest to you are the real estate and the two vehicles. Any questions about any of that, or?
Well, Ms. Edmondson, this is Whit Gibson. I'm the chairman of this board. I know that I have some questions, but I might turn to Mr. Patterson to see what have we made any agreement to take over any of these things?
At the June 7th, the formal actions that's going to happen is on June 7th, the LGC will meet, and at that point in time, they'll issue a resolution. And then on the June 21st meeting, that a mirror of that resolution would be brought to this board. Passing it at that point in time, that would spell out all the transfer of assets and responsibilities. So that would be the official action of this board.
And in that, it would recite exactly what we become responsible for, and it's up to the residents of East Laurenburg to fend for themselves in regard to trash pickup, the other things that the other residents of the county have to do as well.
Yes.
And when you say that we would take over the street lights, tell me what that means.
We would pay the monthly bill for the 19 street lights that are in East Laurenburg.
And who maintains those? The city of Laurenburg?
I think those are Duke Energy lights.
Okay.
Probably Lower River, yes. I think Lower River.
It may be.
Are there any liabilities that East Laurenburg has that, and if there are, is the resolution going to not transfer them to us?
That would, the question was if there are any liabilities for East Laurenburg, would they transfer to the county as well? I'm assuming the only liability that would transfer would be the monthly operation for the streetlights going forward.
Well, I think the resolution needs to be specific about that. Also about any, according to the statute, any action, suits, and proceedings that are against East Laurenburg. And I don't know that there are any, but I think we need to be sure the resolution does not transfer those to us. Is that what you intend to do, Ms. Evans?
I'm having trouble hearing when anybody but Kevin is speaking. I did hear some questions about liabilities. We are making every effort to settle all the liabilities of the town before June 30th. So the only thing that we would expect to transfer are the monthly bills for the streetlights, and the water sewer bill from the city of Laurenburg at Town Hall. And maybe the electricity at Town Hall if you choose to keep that turned on. But the building will become the county's building. And so at that point, it'll be up to you what you keep on or off at that building.
So the resolution will state in some fashion, the only obligations that are transferred are those that are specified in the resolution. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Has anybody searched the title on the pieces of real estate?
Our attorney is working on that now. And she has contacted the county's attorney. I believe the two of them are.
That would be me. I spoke to
Okay,
her.
I'm sorry. Have you spoken with Cindy Aiken?
I have spoken with her, and I didn't know whether, did she want us to check the title locally? I'm glad to do it.
Yeah, she is not in the office today, or I would ask her. But I'm confident we'll get all that worked out by June 30th.
Ms. Edmondson, I think what our attorney also asked that you may not have heard, and that is if someone were to take an action that would normally have been versus the city, some wrong that they felt they were done a year ago, is this resolution protect the county from any liability from some action caused by the city of East Laurenburg before we took it over?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that one.
And
That's
What-
something we'll have to talk about.
We would like that to be considered to be a part of that resolution, I believe.
And also, one thing about this, there are always going to be questions because I think this is the first time a municipality has been dissolved by the local government commission in the state. But also,
This is our first go round.
but also because with this, we're simply taking the property as if it were a transaction. We are not taking the position of East Laurenburg.
But if we take all their assets and their liabilities, I think that resolution needs to spell out that possibility of.
Yeah, and the statute says action, suits, proceedings pending against or having been instituted by the dissolving city shall not be abated by the merger, but will be addressed in the resolution. So it doesn't mean that suits against East Laurenburg are abated. It means that the resolution will address whether we have responsibility for them or not, which we don't want.
Just curious, what are the two that you said there, and I'm asking probably our local folks, Ms. Edmiston, the two tracts of land, what are they?
There's I believe it's 4 tracks. It's the track that has the town hall on it, and then there are either 2 or 3 vacant lots. That the town
Adjacent
owns.
to that piece of property or somewhere else?
They are adjacent to that property. Yeah.
I have a question.
Okay.
The old Waverly Mills plant is in East Laurenburg. Do we know the status of that? Has there been any action between the town of East Laurenburg and that organization to do anything about that site? It's hazardous and it's unsightly.
I'm not aware of
You're not
any
aware of anything? Okay.
actions there.
That property's not owned by the
No.
East Laurenburg.
Do we even know if the taxes are being paid?
I can find that out.
I mean, that might be our first order of business after all of this is cleaned up, to pursue that because it's a bad looking place.
Yeah.
And I think it's a hazard to citizens if they were to try to go into that house and walk around in that abandoned
Talking about the
site.
old office.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I agree with
Well,
that.
even the site where the factory was has got to be Can't tell them what's in the ground.
I know.
Isn't the factory building still there too?
No, they tore most of that down.
A lot of it's gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
But they
It looks
didn't,
awful.
they just tore to the ground, they didn't dig up anything.
Combined environmental issues too.
Yeah.
Any other questions, comments from members of the board? Mr. Patterson, is this an action that we need to take today?
This was information for now, just making sure that the board's aware of exactly where we are. The attorneys for the LGC as well as county attorney are now in discussion, so they'll go back and forth with some information on the resolution, making sure that it's comprehensive. And like I said, the next official action will be June 7th by the LGC board.
So this won't be on our.
June 6th. No, sir.
Okay.
Well, if that draft of that LGC resolution is ready by then, I don't think it would hurt for our board to see, at least see the draft. You know, to have an idea of what they're.
We'll be glad to share a copy when it's ready.
That would be good.
Okay,
Yeah,
and I will say the county's resolution will complement ours, but it won't be identical.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Kevin, you were going to say something?
As soon as the draft is ready, it will be shared. It just won't be a specific action item. And a quick search of Waverly Mills, their taxes are currently paid.
Okay. Ms. Edmondson, thank you for your information. Anything else you want to tell us?
No, just thank you to the county for cooperating with us on this. This is our first go at the LGC charter in town. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be our last.
Well, and this is
We appreciate the county's cooperation on this.
And this is not a loaded question. I don't mean it to sound that way. What would happen if we didn't do this?
I'd have to spend a lot more time talking to our attorney.
And I'm not, that is no indication that that's not what we're going to do. My thought was, what would happen if we didn't? So.
Well, I mean, I think the town itself obviously returns to an unincorporated part of the county regardless of what action any of us take. Once the town no longer is a legal entity, then, it just becomes and remains part of the county. As far as the transfer of assets, I don't know.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that they would, but why would that same proffer not be offered to the city of Laurenburg? Because I don't, and I'm not saying they would accept it either, but I'm just curious of what the difference is between offering it to the county and the city, if there is a difference.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the very first part of that question.
Just to what would be the difference if this offer or resolution was made to East Laurenburg with the city of Laurenburg rather than Scotland County?
That would have been an option, or actually initially was an option, but honestly, Laurenburg was not interested.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And part of the question, especially with Laurenburg, it also came into once East Laurenburg is unincorporated, would Laurenburg then annex it? And actually, I think financially, Laurenburg makes more money off of the water bills than they would off of the property taxes.
Right.
So it's a financial disinterest for Laurenburg to annex East Laurenburg.
My biggest concern would be for the people of East Laurenburg is the trash service that they're currently getting. That's going to be a major adjustment because there's not a site. We don't have a site right over there. The closest
Either be up north or down south.
Yeah.
You're talking about south or the landfill.
which is a long way.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's a big adjustment.
We don't need to keep her, I guess.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you being with us this morning.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to know what caused, I'm sorry, it's what I'm trying to cut it off now. Cut it off. What caused the collapse of East Laurenburg? I mean, what caused that to happen? Is it no lack of interest in the electoral process, leadership? Is that basically cause of that? I'm talking to y'all, asking y'all.
Well,
It's a long story.
I mean, I think it goes back over several years of not filing their audits or having audits with the state. And, we all know about the allegations that come out of that one, that I think is still continuing with that. So,
Okay. I guess it could happen to any municipality.
sounds like it may be happening more in this one. Yeah.
I find it interesting that this is the first time.
Yeah,
I mean, that surprised me for some reason, because I know there's been conversation about what I've heard Kevin refer to as towns in paper only.
Mhm.
And I know that there are many of those across North Carolina, so maybe now that the LGC's taking this action, more will follow, I don't know.
You know, Princeville went right up to the verge of the
Yes.
west and somehow turned it around.
is Dr. LeGrand on? She was there a minute ago. Let's.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. LeGrand, once we get you on the screen, we are ready to have you begin your presentation.
Well, good morning again, everyone. Thank you, Chair Gibson, Vice Chair Alford, board members, Mr. Patterson, Mr. Robinson. I am actually dual duty today, but I'm very thankful for the work of the liaison committee as well as Dr. Rouse and our finance department for helping support putting together this presentation that we have before you this morning. I'm going to defer to Dr. Rouse to go over the presentation, and I'll be on for commentary and would definitely be available for your direct questions as well as comments.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Get over here so the
Mike and the.
Come here so the camera hears you.
Unless
See?
we can turn it toward him.
Right here, better than you be on camera.
So again, good morning, Chairman Gibson, Vice Chair, Mr. Alford, esteemed commissioners, County Manager Patterson, Mr. Robinson, and all those who are in attendance today. Thank you for being here today. And I also bring you greetings on behalf of Dr. LeGrand, who unfortunately can't be with us in person, but is with us virtually. This morning, it is my privilege to speak with you to present our budget request on behalf of Scotland County Schools. So the catastrophic impact of COVID-19 has presented numerous challenges to life as we know it pre-pandemic. So as we're hopefully nearing the end of this global pandemic, Scotland County Schools continues to focus on the impact that it has had on students' academic and social emotional needs. Sorry, if you can, thank you, sir. So Scotland County Schools is currently in a unique position to create successful outcomes for all students. With the adoption of our new 5-year strategic plan that is predicated on the whole child, whole school, whole community model, as well as the correlates of effective schools. With these frameworks and guided by these principles, we are requesting $10 million in local funding to sustain our current appropriation levels. In the year ahead, we will address the increase in salary and benefits as a result of the state salary projections. In the first year, we have already consolidated positions at the central office level through attrition. That was one of the goals that we needed to work through, and we are continuing to focus on. Also, we have implemented a freeze on local assistant principal vacancies so that will allow us to maximize and sustain funding within what we have already been allotted. Additionally, we are reviewing our staffing configurations to strategically utilize our federal and our state funds as we progress through the year ahead. So, I brought a paper copy of this budget, so it's probably not the best. If I can, I left it over there on that side.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you.
Dr. Rose, did you bring a copy of that for each of us?
Yes.
Okay.
I know that email, but I didn't print it. That's what I got. You got it.
Hold the house.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking that brief moment with me. But as you will note in our proposed budget, the majority of the increases reflected in the proposed budget are due to salary and benefit increases and subsequently complying with the mandate by the state of $15 per hour minimum for all employees. So predominantly, as you will see in our notes, those are the increases in those salary and benefits that you will see reflected. Next, you will note our proposed capital outlay projects for the 22-23 school year. Our operations department has worked with the team from our 5-year facility study, and they have also worked with our principals to prioritize the needs of our facilities. What you will see here is year one. In year one, the projects identified support providing a safe environment for all students that will be conducive to learning. You will note some instances of covered walkways to protect students from the elements as they are going to and from the building, as well as to repair items such as leaks, moisture in certain buildings, as well as other needed repairs. So as a district, Dr. LeGrand has charged us with bringing solutions and being solutions driven. So as a part of that, we have sought grant funding to support these needs. And thus far, we have been awarded 2. And the 2 that we have been awarded, I'm sorry, thank you. The 2 that we have been awarded thus far have been the LED lighting. So some of our gyms will receive LED lighting at Sycamore Lane and Wagram Elementary. Also, our biggest capital renovation is the auditorium at Scotland High School. And with this, we have sought state funding to offset the local costs that we would need for these facilities. So we're excited to have these as resources, not only to our students, but also to the community, but we would still have a large capital need in terms of some of our other projects. And so hence we are seeking an increase in our capital outlay budget of $600,000. So as a result of COVID-19, we were fortunate to have access to federal funds. We call them the Elementary and Secondary Schools Emergency Relief Fund, known to those in the education community as ESSER, maybe to those in other arenas as ARP funds, slightly similar, but for us in the education world, we have specific restrictions on these funds and how they can be used. So with our ESSER, we received ESSER in 3 phases. ESSER 1, this came immediately at the pandemic that first year.
when schools closed. And so the categories allotted for that were remote learning, summer learning, PPE or personal protective equipment, as well as child nutrition for those who received meals at school as a primary source. We were still able to provide them even though schools were closed. So we were able to deliver meals. These funds will expire this September. And by the end of September, we will have exhausted all of those funds within those categories. We did receive a second allotment for ESSER 2. This allotment was in the area of 6.7 million. The categories that were permitted for this ESSER allotment were addressing learning loss, facilities repairs, improvements to minimize virus transmission and improve air quality. So this is where our HVAC work focuses and centralizes there. Providing principals and leaders with resources as we reimagine education and doing distance learning at this time, or being remote instruction. So providing support needed and professional development. Also, continuation with PPE, but supplies to sanitize and clean as we are in the end of ESSER 2, beginning to transition back into the buildings coming from the remote learning environment. Also, we were permitted for long-term closure activities. As a result, for us, we were able to institute or provide an option for parents and students whether they wanted to remain virtual through our Virtual Skies program or return to in-person instruction. Educational technology, our increases in licensing and educational software that permits our learning management systems and platforms. Mental health services to combat the social emotional needs of students. For last year, our summer learning, as we opened summer learning to all students, and other elementary and secondary schools activities for administering that program. This program, these funds will expire September 30th, 2023. And we are currently at the end of this fiscal year, our projected ending balance. What is left is $300,000 that was not spent of that initial $6 million. We are open for ESSER 3. Within ESSER 3, that is a $20 million. The requirements have become more restrictive for what we can use them for. They have allocated a mandate that 20% of our total allotment be for addressing learning loss. So we have those allocated there. We were still able to maintain anything facilities related to virus transmission and air quality. So we are still working on our HVAC issues on all sites. They've taken away the principals and leaders with resources. At this point, we should have encapsulated that in ESSER 2. Continue with supplies to sanitize, long-term closure activities, upgrades to technology. There was a requirement to up our mental health services. So for addressing our social emotional learning needs of our students, and also continuing our summer learning program. So these funds are scheduled to expire September 30th, 2024. However, as supply chain issues have ravaged the nation, we still have instances where people can't get HVAC in a timely manner. So they have extended for HVAC only an 18-month extension, in which we currently do have some orders in for HVAC that we are still waiting on, and this is what we are funding that with. So we will continue to maximize the ESSER funds, which expire in 24, to address the pressing and, say, time-limited needs that exist in our building. So we will focus strategically on making and being good stewards of the resources we are provided. However, there are still some local things that ESSER cannot address. So this concludes my budget ask. I will defer to Dr. LeGrand if there is anything I may have neglected in the presentation or if she would like to provide concluding remarks.
I just have one question.
I just want to thank, go ahead.
And Chairman, you might
Go ahead.
be able to answer this. Capital outlay for the auditorium at Scotland. Notice request, this is the third time that's been requested. Has it ever been funded in the past? Over the last request, we ever include those funds in our budget?
It has not been specifically funded for out of county dollars. And I think it was brought up as an issue, and discussed as a specific need of the schools, but it was never a specific request. Just the way we had an agreement on capital dollars in the past. That
answers my question.
But the grant that you all received will take care of doing what needs to happen with the auditorium, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Was the FEMA funds ever provided for any settlement for the damage to the auditorium?
FEMA funds, I believe, were provided. They addressed the track and some of the other needs, but not specifically the auditorium.
I recall maybe carpet being replaced or something with some FEMA money.
The carpet was replaced long before
The storm,
the storm.
but I think they had damage after that to the
Right.
stage and
Yeah.
they had to redo some of that
I mean,
stuff.
Yeah, I know there was a claim having to do with the auditorium, and I
It
just
was under the last leadership, but there was some issue on there.
but you, as far as you know, that may have been.
I think something was done, just not to the extent the school system wanted it done, but I think something was.
It had a lot more damage, I think.
Yeah, than what they were giving.
One of the, on ESSER 2 or ESSER 1, you spent, there's about $2 million for the summer program.
Yes.
What did that consist of, and how many kids actually have been involved in that?
Our summer learning program was an open invitation at that time as we were coming back for students throughout the district if you wanted to attend, because we were transitioning from, I would say, school closure to in-person. So essentially we ran, I believe it's 150 instructional hours through the course of June to mid-July of either academic enrichment. Well, it included academic enrichment, remediation, as well as acceleration to prepare them for the next grade level.
And how many of your kids actually participated?
I would have to get back with you on the total number since it was whole district, but I can provide that for you.
And that was, I assume that was last.
We had approximately about 1,500 students to participate in our summer learning program, and the $2 million for summer school last year is significantly higher than what we're proposing with our federal funds this year, because the state actually legislated requirements, the hours that we had to have, the components, as well as paying premium salaries. We do have some flexibility this year, so you'll see a decrease in the amount of summer school for this year because the state removed those requirements for premium pay, as well as the amount of hours and the components.
I think you made a statement and just that approximately 20% of one of those year's funds could be allowed for remediation. Was that?
Learning loss, yes.
Learning loss, okay. Is that an adequate percentage? Because that seemed low to me.
That was the mandated that we had to require 20%. Within that, some of our other items, particularly with mental health and our summer learning, all of those work together to address learning loss. But within that specific category, that was one that was allotted for that. But if we go back in our totality of our plan, we would be well over the 20% in how we are addressing learning loss.
It seems to me that would be a great need.
Yes. And with Dr. LeGrand, she's doing the high dosage tutoring. We are doing our magnet program. All of that falls into really addressing the learning loss, but it is not necessarily labeled as that there.
Questions, Carol?
I studied this last night, and I'm still studying it today. On the proposed capital outlay, you've got I'm looking at it here. This is, because this screen is, this continues. They're not two separate.
Right.
Okay, that, all right, that, I was
We
trying to
just-
get my map
Yes,
line
ma'am.
up and it was not lining up last night.
To,
But it's all one sheet, okay, so I understand the allocation of the 1 million and the capital needs.
Carolyn, if I may, and you correct me if I'm wrong, when we're looking at it on this screen, we don't see the total that I think is somewhere around 2.6 million.
it's, the 2.6 is there in the total.
It's not highlighted.
It's not highlighted, because we are committed to continuing to look for outside funding. And so we're only asking for a portion of what we actually need.
Yeah, in fact, I think maybe just for the commissioner's point,
That was my
I'm not,
problem.
It's the way it's showing up.
I can't make it show up on mine.
I
The
can't
total,
make it
the total anticipated expenditures is 2.6 million.
Yes,
You remove the $1,005,000 grant, that your need is 1.6 and you're asking us for 600,000.
yes.
That's what I finally figured out, but it took a while.
That's a good point. I will clarify that moving forward.
Dr. Riles, you mentioned that about pay rate for employees this upcoming school year was gonna have a $15 an hour minimum. Does that include tutors and PCA workers and all those people too? I know one time they were $8 an hour.
Yes.
All
So
of them will be increased.
we have adjusted that in the, from the state budget from December. So we made that adjustment to 13 in January. And so we will begin to make that adjustment again, beginning July 1, yes.
To
That
15.
was mandated, wasn't it?
That was mandated. So we are moving in that direction.
I know y'all have done some really good stuff. And Dr. McGrath, this may be to you. As far as the teacher supplements in Scotland County, have we yet to get equal to the state average? I'm sorry, Dr. LeGrand, are you still with us?
Yes, Chair Gibson, I was speaking and I was on mute. Sincere apologies, everyone. Right now, we are in the top 25% of the Sand Hills region for our local teacher supplement. I would have to look at the state data to see where we place in the state. But our original efforts was to make sure we were being competitive within the region when people were being extremely transient. I do believe from speaking with administrators and teachers, they've been very pleased with the increase in the supplement. And we do want to thank you all for taking that leap and making that sacrifice for our teachers, because we do know we need great teachers in our classrooms. And you all are doing a great job helping us compensate them for the work that they're doing. But we are very competitive right now. Again, like I said, stated earlier, we're in the top 25% in the Sand Hills region, so we can compete with our neighboring counties with a ranking that high. But we definitely will follow up and provide Mr. Robinson and Mr. Patterson with the comparison to the state for your information at a later date.
So your competitiveness in the region is probably a better question than what I asked. So thank you. Thank you for that information.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you, Chair Gibson.
I'm going through the line items of the capital outlay, and I noticed that Shaw total of what is needed there is $390,000. That building is aging, like it's the last school in the system that has age to it. And I'm wondering if there's any thought going forward into the future of the Alternative Academy being located somewhere else, because the expense of maintaining that building may be more than is warranted at this point. And so few students use it, and you've got fewer faculty, and the need to pave the parking lot for such a small number. I'm just questioning whether if there's any thought or conversation about the alternative school being located somewhere else to eliminate this kind of expense for that building. I don't know if Dr. LeGrand heard me or not. I know you don't have an answer for that.
I do not.
Well, I will say.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dr. Rouse.
No, go ahead. I'll defer.
Oh, I just wanted to say that we have had talks about Shaw Academy as well as Sycamore Lane Elementary and Carver. Those schools from an equity standpoint when you think about some of their needs.
Uh-huh.
And we've also explored the possibility of applying for a state grant to help actually build a new school with the support of our county commissioners in the future for Shaw Academy. Because we do know Shaw serves a small number of students and have a small number of staff, but they have some of our most challenging students with some of our highest needs. And when you look at their facilities and their parking lot compared to our other schools, as a parent, if I was to drive up in the Shaw Academy and I've got to park in dirt, but if I go to Scotland High School, I get to park in a paid parking space. We want to make sure that our parents can have an equitable experience regardless of the campus. But you're all correct. Shaw is an older facility. We're trying to maintain it from an equity standpoint as much as possible, but that's definitely going to be a short-term solution. We're definitely going to have some conversation and planning and some partnerships to figure out what are we going to do about Shaw Academy long-term, so our students feel like they are valued and they're safe when they walk into Shaw Academy.
Any other?
What is the number of students attending Shaw Academy at the present time?
Currently, we have 49 enrolled. We utilize Shaw. Shaw also houses one of our interventions programs. So when a student is suspended from one of our regular campuses, instead of an out-of-school suspension, we can continue instruction. And so we have our OSS program housed at Shaw. So it is not necessarily just Shaw Academy students that are served there full-time. There is a transient population that still gets to benefit.
Changes every day.
Yes.
Is South Scotland a better campus than Shaw?
I have not had the luxury of visiting South Scotland, so I'm not familiar with that. Dr. LeGrand, the question is South Scotland a better campus than Shaw?
In the condition you talked about, right?
It's much newer.
Condition.
Much better. From the eyes. at least.
I would think the reason why we originally shuttered South Scotland was because of the cost of maintaining the building over time. But if that's something the Board of Commissioners would like for me to take to the Board of Ed to consider to revisit, I'm more than willing to do that. If you all would please advise if that's something you think you would like for us to entertain us from a facility standpoint.
Just from the nodded heads in this group, I think we would like for perhaps the Board of Education to at least consider the possibility of that.
Absolutely, we'll definitely review that data. Thank you.
You know, Dr. Grant, and just thinking and watching Duke, I know one of the things that Shaw offers that South Scotland did not was that gymnasium, for of course that population. But I do think it is to be considered when you think about $300,000 being put at Shaw, and then there may be that it's we move this school or a new school, whatever, in 2 years. That's a lot of money, and we do have South Scotland that's still open. So I think that's a worthwhile, not to tell you what to do, but I do think it's a worthwhile consideration.
Absolutely, we will definitely take that to our Board of Ed for consideration, and we'll definitely follow up.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Any other questions?
Thank you all for your time today, and we greatly appreciate it, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for your.
Thank you, Dr. LeGrand.
Thank you all, we appreciate your support.
It's
Have a
nice
great day.
meeting you. Okay.
Watch out for your purse.
Yeah, right.
Duke.
Call, there you go. She got it.
I know.
We may come back to this conversation later in the morning. Yeah.
Next.
Mr. Patterson, I think we are ready for you to present. We're ready for you to present.
Okay. With that,
To anybody watching us and to those of you who are present with us, we have talked about the budget for 3 months now, but this is really the official presentation of the county manager to this body on what he anticipates the budget to be. There are some numbers that he puts in here that he knows that we have not yet decided on. So this is kind of a preliminary budget, but it's his presentation to us.
Okay. And a copy of this worksheet is in this Excel sheet, is in Google Drive, and you should have access to it. But I was cleaning it up again yesterday, so you don't have hard copies of it. But I got to go through and figure out exactly what parts of it make easy printouts. Some of it I was going through and creating the summaries on yesterday, because otherwise this is a very wieldy Excel file. With the budget coming up, the budget that I'm currently working on, and it was balanced until Thursday, and I found a $400,000 error. But right now the budget is currently sitting at right at $50,240,000 for the general fund. This does include a significant amount of grant funds that are flowing through the general fund. So that's going in. And it does include a $2 million increase in payroll, taking payroll from 21 to approximately $23 million. The reason what I'm looking for in change in payroll, it's very limited in increase in positions. The target is a 4% cost of living, and then the remainder is an adjustment, the adjustment of the pay study that would be implemented it will be completed this fall, but then looking for a January 16th implementation. I do expect on average, again, the pay study to come back to yield an average increase of about 10% just to bring salaries up to the region. Implementing that in midway through the year, that would put us right at about a 5% increase for the budgetary impact. So that's where I just came in and did a 10% increase. In those areas where we implemented last year, I came in and I did an increase of 5% for those. So there would be a remaining, on average, 5% or 4.76% overall increase for those. With that, looking at the way the dollars are broken down. So in this budget, the total salaries come out to just under $23.8 million. After that, we have operations of $7.9 million. And then our fixed payments, including debt service, incentives, and of course, education. The way education is coded, it wound up into this category. That's why it is $19 million.
How much is the debt service, Kevin?
I've got that
Later
on.
Okay, sure.
And then also looking at it, just comparing the numbers. I don't know why the numbers are reversed from the chart, but the blue lines are 2023 numbers. The orange are 2022. My numbers down in the graphs are in the bottom are reversed. I'll fix that. Right now, operations are showing $7.9 million, but with that also includes $1.2 million, over $1.2 million in grants that are in this, that are considered, that are in the operations category. And those include the $500,000 for Johnson. That includes the other grants such as the historic properties. So we have 1.2 million inflating that number. Actually, if once we take those numbers out, our controllable operations actually go down a little bit. Coming in and what I've looking down for going through by department, governing body, which is of course the board, looking at a change, and this is the information that we'll wind up having as a summary for you. So you'll have it breaking out the operations for the last several years. The 20 and 21 numbers are the actual dollars spent. 22 is the current budget. 23 is the estimated budget for next year that I'm working off of. Again, breaking it down into personnel, operating, and capital dollars. So with this, governing body is fairly consistent, a total of $96,000, $71,800 for governing personnel, which is this board. Operations actually at $21,950, and that is, and the 90% of that are dues that are paid because you're a board. And capital, that is probably a piece of equipment that will wind up going, that Jason will wind up using.
You said all this is on that shared drive. Is it on that budget presentation drive? Is that what's on?
Yes, I believe so. Now, yeah, this is,
Kevin, can you make that a little bit bigger? It's not possible. I think that's better.
okay. Now for administration, which includes myself, economic development and finance. Again, personnel is at 1.1 million, or just under 1.2 million. Operations of 31,000, capital of 44,000. That would include one vehicle for in economic development. And again, just because of the structure of finance, when we're not at, it's primarily personnel. Because the software and a lot of the expenses that are used in finance are actually covered in general services. That's where our financial systems are charged. Now, also in administration, and that number is not in here because that the position would be covered, or it would be my recommendation that the position be covered by rescue funds. This would be one area where we are looking for a new position. A couple of months ago, I did recommend a community relations person that can work in reaching out into the community, do additional services with the board, community outreach, making sure that the other departments are also services are going in there. And also in further, just additional day-to-day duties, also probably have that person connected in with veteran services. So that could also be another direct benefit that they can actually help people in the community, making sure we have outreach to, because of the number of veterans that we have. Having that connection in is a dollar benefit that the position could potentially help connect people back to.
Is that a 2023 position?
Yes, that's a position. If that's approved, we would start recruiting for that position in July.
And we've already begun the recruiting process for the facility manager.
Yes, that recruitment has been completed.
When completed. Okay.
Yes.
Well, tell me, when we no longer have projects like IUJ and maybe Laurel Hill, he could be concerned with, what does he do? Does he then participate in, work with all the other buildings and
Yes.
grounds? Because we're not gonna have these other projects for so long.
We're not going to have those, but we always have other projects going on. We have smaller painting. We have painting projects. We always have projects going on in the sheriff's office and jail because of the nature of that nature and use of that structure, it always has issues. So we always have projects going on. Also, we would wind up using that position as well as also for additional oversight in our custodial staff as well. Just so we can just hopefully give additional services and reinforcement in that area, additional support there.
So we already interviewed for him.
Yes,
Will that person report to Mike or to
Her.
you?
that person would report to Mike.
To Mike.
Yes.
But you go back up on that Capitol, you said there was a vehicle in there. That's one vehicle, 44,000, who's that for?
That would be for economic development. That would be replacing the Trailblazer.
Explorer.
Replacing the Explorer that we have there.
It's 44,000.
No, it's
I
not.
can't see very well, so I'm sorry.
No,
You said 44, that's what made me want.
the 44, it also includes the other computer equipment and other equipment that we need in administration. The 44,000 is not for a vehicle.
Not just a vehicle.
Not just a vehicle.
And so you're gonna bring the sheriff vehicles a little later in your.
Yes. Yeah. No, and the vehicle would come off a state contract.
Right.
We have some expensive vehicles, but we're not spending $44,000.
You know where I was going, Nancy.
No. Y'all seen the car I drive, so we're not buying a $45,000 car. Now, also with this, and it's just the way I exported the files in, revenues wind up being negative numbers. But with this, again, looking at the revenues from 2020 through current, the largest bar is the blue, which is the sales tax. And actually here, 2023 is on the left-hand side. And you will see that bar is going larger. So we do have a projection of growth in sales tax.
That's good.
And that's because that's what we are actually seeing. We're not, some of you may, I'm generally stable in my conservative nature and revenue projections. So, and of course, with that, there's always the constant conversation about the possibility of, the inevitability of a recession but the question is timing. When's that going to happen?
It's say by the end of the year.
Yeah. But with that, I was on a conference call 2 weeks ago with the state economists. They are expecting one, but they don't, again, no one has any concept of when, but the state is also projecting increased sales tax revenue of about 2% statewide.
I'm sorry, about 2%.
2%.
So,
What about our property tax revenue? Is it going up?
That's going up as well.
Because I know with the building that has occurred in the northern part of the county and my neighborhood, it has to be going up.
And I'll get there in two slides, in
Okay.
2 steps.
Okay.
Elections is going to be fairly straightforward. And again, it's a fairly stable amount. You did see there was a significant capital investment in 2021, but that was the additional voting equipment that was purchased with federal and state funds. With that, again, there is an we will have the November elections, but assuming there's no runoffs or anything in next year, it should be a fairly stable and complacent year for them. Then with property taxes, operations are not significantly changing. And again, the big drivers there are, of course, also always with personnel, as well as potential increases into what we call credit card fees. A lot of those fees are actually the fees that we paid for motor vehicle collections. So if you get this and look, and why are we spending $80,000 a year on credit card fees? We're not. That's what we are actually charging. That's what we're charged by the state for motor vehicles.
why would the state charge that much?
It's when they did the tax and tag together. That was the payment to the vendors for the collection. With that, we are also again seeing an increase, a small increase, but fairly steady increase in property taxes. So with that, as when I pulled this 2 weeks ago, we had already collected $20.7 million in property taxes. Our budget for this year for property taxes was $20.6 million. So we are actually going to collect over in property taxes this year than what our budget is.
We've collected 20.7 of this year's taxes.
Yes.
That's good.
So with that, and working with our tax collector, or tax administrator, we are looking at a conservative valuation for next year of $2.4 billion. So looking at just the collection rate applied to the $2.4 billion, that gives me an increase of that gives me an increase in property tax revenues to $21.6 million. So that would be a budgetary increase of $1 million. That calculation is still based on a $1 tax rate, but I will also tell you that I've also put in that it's conservative enough so that if that tax rate is changed to 99 cents, I don't think it's going to change my calculation.
That'd be wonderful, Kevin. We can look forward to it. Congratulations, Kevin. Let's give him a hand.
Officially, my recommendation is to keep it at $1.
Might drop it to one.
But what y'all do on the 21st is up to you.
Okay.
Can we appropriate money to our fund balance in this budget?
Right now, in the 2022 budget, I expect, estimates are we will increase fund balance
In this budget,
in this budget
by June 30th, yeah.
by the end of June 30th.
And that's just putting the overages of the underspent.
Yes.
Straight into fund balance.
Yeah. And that's one thing where I normally target for most of our revenues. Different revenue projections are at different amounts, but on average, I expect our goal should be overall, our revenue should be at around 97% of collections. Or we should collect 97% of revenues. But my goal is to spend around 95% of projections. So if things work just right, we should always add a little bit to fund balance or have a position where if something unexpected happens, we can cover it.
Don't we have a policy in place about how much we should appropriate to fund balance on an annual year based on revenues and expenditures?
Yes. After, at the end of the fiscal year, after everything is closed, if we're adding to fund balance, 25% of the increase of the fund balance will be allocated to the capital, to a capital reserve. 25% of the increase of fund balance would be allocated to an economic development capital reserve. And there may be of an amount over a certain amount that I just don't know. But with this, I do have an increase in property tax revenues of $1 million. Some of these I'll spend almost no time going over. Like legal fees. Again, it's looking at stable issues. As long as Ed doesn't tell me to get a helmet, that will stay exactly where that is. And with that, legal fees that we pay out of that line item is small compared to the legal fees that we pay out of DSS. Register deeds, again, is fairly stable. With them, we have seen an increase in recording fees, as well as, we have exceeded our recording fees and our revenue stamps for this year. But that's not been pushed, so that would be a small area to increase revenues on our projections anyway. Court fees. Chart went. We do get some court costs that come back to the county, and we have to provide furniture and fixed furniture back into some of the state agencies that are in the courthouse. Those are generally small amounts. But that's also where we spent more money in the past, where we've put in funding. We've increased carpeting in the courtroom. We've put in new furniture, things like that. It's also where we work on fund the law library in there. But honestly, everything is digital now, so I don't know when the last time we actually replaced books.
Well, how did that room that you did, that was the tax office, and it's now for the judges to use for people waiting to,
Right.
I don't know, what is it used for?
It's a jury assembly area. They also use it for small claims court.
Okay.
I think the judge was very satisfied with how it turned out. I think that's going to be a lot, other than small claims, its primary use is going to be at the first of the month when they're looking to see the jury, or if they wind up with a jury trial, that room will get a whole lot more use.
Is that the old tax office?
Yes, sir.
I think
Is that
they also-
room?
They also use it for overflow when they have too many people to fit into the courtroom, given the seating arrangements with code.
Interesting, go see it. I haven't been.
Is that room the same size as the small courtroom that's on the side of the building?
Larger.
It's
Oh, you mean the courtroom number 2 or 3?
2.
That's probably about the
Yeah.
same.
it's about the same as 2. It's bigger than 3,
Much bigger than 3.
but it's laid out screwy. But
Have a vault in it.
yeah. All right. The sheriff's department, and again, with it, the big changes in the sheriff's department, again, with personnel, there are no new positions in this, in the budget for this. Personnel increases are looking, again, I just did the 10% increase there. But the sheriff's office is predominantly personnel. There is an
Wait. So you said the 10% on the personnel part, are you talking about on the pay increase?
the pay increases.
And that's over and above the 12.5 or whatever we just did, or?
Yes, sir. And depending on if the pay salary study comes in and just absorbs, if the salary study says, okay, they're where they are, then that increase will not be as
Presuming
necessary.
that it'll come in.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But it may say, well, you went half as far as you needed to.
But you budgeted thinking we've not met where we need to.
I put it in assuming that there will be a further increase. With this, we do have the 5 vehicles in here. Operations does have an increase in the sheriff's office from $460,000 to $495,000. That increases fuel.
I still question buying 5 vehicles every year for them. I have questioned that for 10 years. So.
I think, in all fairness, Betty, I think they requested at one time 7.
Mhm.
We cut it back.
I remember that.
And for
Yeah.
5 vehicles in a year for a sheriff's department or police department, you gotta think about that, how much that car rides in a year's time. It miles and miles and miles and running. They gotta be rolled over quicker than what you and I would drive a car. I understand, I just, you know, that's a lot of miles on a car in a year's time, so.
I understand they keep it running all the time. Is that true? with this gas. Someone said they can't, really, when they go out to, some, problems, they have to keep the car running.
They do.
Is that,
I would,
Because air conditioning, you can't sit on a hot car,
Yeah, well,
you can
and,
sit on a cold car, and you have to have the electronics working.
yeah, because if they cut it off, the electronics will draw the battery out, or if they have a dog in the car, they have to keep it,
You can't turn it off.
I mean, I know that
I mean, I'm not saying they can't cut it off in certain situations, but a lot of them, they
they
don't
don't
cut it
cut
off.
off. I mean, I've been in situations at night when I was walking and they'd be out there in the yard and the car would run for 2 hours.
well, I tell you, that's gonna be expensive with gas going up to $6 a gallon. We may have to tell them to cut it off, Chairman.
But that, and with that, at 5 vehicles, that gives them a replacement cycle within 5 years of their patrol vehicle, which is still going to be, they're still going to be at 150,000 miles in 5 years, which is a very high mileage for a patrol vehicle.
That would include when you say mileage on an engine, you're looking at hours.
Hours, yeah.
Well, so where those cars gonna go, those 5 cars that would be replaced, they will go to health department, social service, or what?
Most of the time, they wind up taking them out of that. They use them for either transportation, or they cycle them down into into an administrative unit. And then those those vehicles that they're replacing there are cycled out. And then either they would be, by the time we get the ones that they're getting rid of, we just surplus them.
Because they're gonna have 250 plus miles on
Yeah.
it, 250,000
All the
miles.
red's gone off that candy, buddy.
And you don't want a patrolman out there in a 200,000 mile car chasing somebody.
So
If I'm one of the people you chase, I wouldn't mind. Okay.
What are you saying? You got plans?
No, no, not today.
okay. Jail again is also very similar. There is an increase in operations of $100,000. And honestly, I'm not sure if that will last, how well that will be. That $100,000 is tied entirely in food costs and medical costs. Food costs, we're increasing our meals by 20 cents, I believe. I'm trying to remember, I think we're paying, we still pay less per meal than a school lunch is. With our contract, it is far less than what we could actually prepare them for. But they did go up this year with that. And the sheriff and our chief jailer, BJ Knight, they work hard on negotiating these salaries, these increases to keep them down. But the other aspect is medical costs. If you come into jail, we get to send you to the hospital at our dime. And with that, again, the sheriff has had a much better time recently in working with the DA's office and the judges to get people out of custody and released on bail that are on that have medical conditions. But we had one person who was in jail was in jail last month under murder charges and had at least 4 heart attacks in our custody.
There's no
So,
way we can get insurance to cover that kind of thing. is
No.
there?
currently, if you are on Medicaid and you go to jail, you are no longer Medicaid eligible.
We need to change that law. We really-
I wonder if that's something that could be changed through a local bill.
I don't care.
That would have to require that would require state action.
Would require stuff. But has it ever been proposed to change that? Does anybody remember that kind of legislation action?
That has been discussed.
It's never come up as a legislative goal through the commission, through the association. I know that.
I know that there's been discussions about it there.
So, you know,
So, but
it could break the bank of a small county.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, that's one thing that should be legislated. I mean,
so,
we can have somebody change it.
but medical costs, and we do have a contract, we do spend, we have nurses in the facility that are contract nurses. They do sick call there in the department, and that has helped out a lot. We are no longer sending, and this has been going on for a number of years versus when people were sick, they were going to the hospital and sending them there because they wanted a day out. But there are still people who are extremely sick, and honestly, the jail, if you spend much time in jail, if you weren't sick before, you will be when you come out.
Oh, my God.
It's just not a pleasant place.
So remember that when they're chasing you, Betty.
Okay, I remember. I remember it. But I went to prison all those years, so I should realize that, me and,
Yeah, but I think we've got a lot to cover.
All right.
And I know that we've got this on the Google Drive, and I'm gonna have to go there to pick up on some of the intricacies of what you're saying. It's hard for us to read all of what you got up there, so.
Oh, no, yeah, there's a lot on here, and I'm trying to hit it kind of quick. And what I'll do is I'll take this information, these highlights, and I will put them in a PDF, and that will be a separate presentation. So you'll be able to see these numbers.
I don't want to take anything away from any of the commissioners or things specifically we want to look at, but I know what I'd like to see is any of the significant increases in this year's budget over last year's budget.
Okay.
But we can look at the rest of it, because I
Yeah.
can't see what you're doing.
Well, the other significant changes, I will tell you, EMS 911, and again, there are positions there, but they are not reflective in this personnel numbers because they will wind up being charged into the recovery funds. It is the additional turning the ambulance that we have part-time up in Wagram into a full-time 24/7 ambulance, and then increase in the current 911 position that is staggered. That is a high demand, but turning that into a 24-hour position in 911. And those are the primary changes in there. There's one other specific increase that we're looking at, and that is in DSS, adding an additional social work supervisor, administrative. That position would wind up giving additional support to the program manager, especially when they wind up moving over to Johnson. I'm not sure exactly when that's going to happen. But also later on, I'm going to talk about the opioid settlement. But we have a recommendation from the committee on a direction there, which would wind up creating a case manager there. This person would wind up overseeing and helping develop that program as well as being over the reentry council. Right now, reentry council our reentry workers, they're actually supervised by DSS, our HR person in DSS. She has actually managed a similar program in another county. So it makes more sense than it sounds like. But the goal would be to coordinate for that person to go off and look at some additional supervisory abilities in child and adult protective services, as well as being the supervisor for reentry council, and then also looking for the opioid cases we look.
Will the opioid fund, are you planning for the opioid funding to fund that position 100%?
The supervisor, no.
No.
That would probably for the first 2 years, 10 to 20%, maybe. But thereafter, the funds would wind up going into, the funds would be going to the dedicated positions.
You see reentry going to Johnson as well as
Yes.
this.
Yes. And with that, those are the major changes in here. Other than in recreation, with that, I do have increases there, but with that, I am expecting the Laurel Hill Community Center to be open in October, which means we will be looking to increase staff, hopefully having them in place by September 1. That gives 30 days. That would give a full month to get training and get set up. And so we would be looking to begin recruitment the end of July for that position, for those positions. And hopefully we'll be able to get a much better, much larger recruitment pool there than we've had in other positions. Our recruitment, like everybody else's, has dropped to nothing recently. And then we will wind up, as we look to move forward, we'll probably, IEJ, our engineers are working on the final plans for phase 1, which is the gym now. So as that's complete, we will get a better estimate as to exactly when we can look to open the IEJ up. Just as a side note to that, the material for the roof is in, all except for some of the screws. So I think they were hoping to get started there this week with the roof. And we have material on, so we have equipment on site to hopefully begin demolition of those buildings this week as well.
They started this morning.
Okay. Because I know they were moving equipment out there yesterday afternoon.
Yes, sir. Somebody had a live video up on my way here.
Okay.
Of the demolition taking place.
Historic properties, in case you start looking, why did we go from 30,000 to 150,000? That's because there's a $128,000 grant coming through. So there's revenue and expenditure. The grant is made out to the county rather than to historic properties.
And so what is that, for John Blue House?
That's for the foundation for the John Blue House.
They should do it.
I hope.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, at least it'll stop it.
It won't fall down.
Right.
So, you asked about debt service. What I've done is I've come in and just allocated what our debt service payment is. Debt service, site payment is debt service, is the installment payment that we did for the mega site, the Mount Air Farm site that we purchased from LMA, that was paid off. And then also putting in the incentives. So our debt service is for next year is going to be just under $300,000. That's consistent. This does not include school debt.
Okay.
Again, the payment for the property at LMA for Mount Air Farms was this year's was the last year. And then we do have the incentives that are being paid out for this year. With the incentives, there is an increase there. Some of that is we do have increases in Cascades as well as Edwards, I believe, is coming online. Now, also with the next item that I have on here, just to let you know, education, putting on here RCC and keeping that unchanged. I'm putting it, I put in current expense funding at $10 million, capital contribution at $300,000. And for this reason, and I've been consistent, I've consistently done this, unless there's been a specific recommendation from the liaison committee for the last couple of years, my recommendation is no change. If there's something the liaison committee says comes back with 100%, yes, we are going to recommend that. That would be presented alongside of mine, but I don't have a change. Debt service, total debt service for next year for education is $3,579,000. With that $3,575,000, I do have restricted revenue, which is primarily sales tax as well as thereafter lottery funds at $2,045,000, and that would leave a lease payment that we would bill the schools for $1,534,000. So that to get those items. So that would be restricted revenue that pays for that debt service.
The lottery, you talking about, how much was the lottery?
Lottery, I think, is $300,000. The lottery plus restricted sales tax is $2 million.
Kevin, in our liaison committee meeting, Dr. Graham made mention of the lease payment for South Johnson. In our conversation, she made the notation that the $10 million we give really drops them down to some 8 and some change because they have to make that payment. The way it's showing here, is that payment recorded in debt services and will not be out of that 10 million, or is it recorded twice?
It winds up being, we give them the $10 million and then they pay us 1.5 million back, and then we use that to make the lease payment.
Gotcha.
And with that, we have to pay them and then they pay us back.
I remember that.
Because if we just netted that amount out, we've cut them by,
Right. And then we heard
15%. They lose a whole lot more than that. So yes, it is an accounting shell game, but it's one that we have to do. So with that, honestly, there are no other major changes in here. There are increases in fuel in a number of places. And we're just trying to offset that as much as possible somewhere else. Big increases are going to be in personnel, and that is the salary study, and then in a cost of living adjustment.
Your cost of living adjustment in itself is gonna be, what, about $900,000?
It's about 800,000, yeah, 850,000, somewhere in there.
Kevin, payroll's going up 2 million,
Yes.
and that's because of, obviously, the COLA.
Mhm.
Is there any grant money supporting that payroll increase?
Primarily in DSS, they'll get reimbursement for it.
Yeah.
So that increase would also increase those other areas. In certain areas like the health department, they have grants and they grant funded positions, but those are cap dollar grants. So I'll give you $100,000 or an amount and to do this service, and you can allocate that. So if we transfer it over to salaries, which is acceptable, but that also cuts down operation.
So there's none of the ARP funds that are supporting salary increases?
Right now, what we're looking at doing for the ARP funds, if the increase, the salary study shows that the sheriff's department or sheriff and jail are still underfunded, that $300,000 that we funded this year out of ARP funds would continue. You know, if we only went halfway, that $300,000 will still be in next year's ARP funds. Also,
I'm just wondering about sustainability going forward.
I'm trying not to use ARP funds for these increases.
Because that, once you use it, it's gone.
Right. But the additional EMS positions, the additional 911 position, and again, that's the positions that I'm looking to add into this year's budget with that would be about $400,000. And that's something that we can absorb at some point in time in the future.
When you say absorb that, in my mind, that means you're expecting a comparative increase in revenue, either from taxes or from real estate taxes or from sales tax.
That would be the goal, is that we wind up with those. And if we wind up in a period where we're having a recession that had, say, negative impact, we will wind up making adjustments. But part of that, you know, I want to use some of these recovery funds for these, so I'm not dedicating all the growth to that as well. But it's available. I want to make use of it. But I'm not paying for the cost of living out of the recovery funds.
Any questions of Kevin? Comments?
So good so far.
Sorry?
I said so good so far.
Okay.
I presume in your final presentation, or whatever, we do this again, which is the 21st, you will have options in there for a 99-cent rate, dollar rate,
Yes.
maybe a 98-cent rate, just to have the option there to where,
On June 6th, I will give a clean PowerPoint presentation of this budget. And then at the end of that, I will tell you what the
if you do
options are
this,
doing.
this is what it'll have.
Will we determine our funding for the schools at June 6th, or is that something we're gonna do today?
I hope you do. I hope we talk about it today, because it's,
We plan to talk about it,
Okay.
because I'd like for us to get that at least our recommendation back to the school board so they can have it when they meet again.
The other changes in the water fund, in the water district, again, there's no significant, the significant change there is an increase in the water tap fee. It's currently $1,100. The city is going up to, I believe, $1,400. And with most of our rate schedules, we match the city's rate schedule. It costs the city $1,285 to install a water tap.
1,000 what?
$285. So it costs $1,300 for them to install a water tap.
Brunswick County got the same thing.
I mean,
Get this kind of water, I can't afford it.
The other in the solid waste fund, looking to make two changes in our fee schedule. One is in our leaf and limb program. We're going to take that up to the same fee schedule for household waste, which is a significant increase. But we are also going to put in a 1,000 pound fee schedule of 0. So if you're coming out there with a pickup truck full of pine straw, limbs, whatever, it's no cost. But if you're coming out there with a dump truck full of trees, it's going to be it will be a cost. We don't have that with the exception of the city of Laurenburg. The city of Laurenburg is also looking to, they're actually already working with their state regulators and trying to, they have the equipment, but get it installed to have an incinerator for the leaf and limb. So they're going to stop coming to us. They were hoping to stop coming to us in March. So hopefully the vast majority of our leaf and limb will stop except for household waste, or except for household use. And most of that already comes out to the convenience sites, a 5-gallon bucket at a time.
Leaf limbs.
You have a lot of people who pick up pine cones.
I wish y'all had picked up a bucket. Okay. You ready?
We all need a brief break.
Time for break.
All right.
Now, we're sitting here since 9 o'clock.
All right.
No, I wouldn't, got to go and cut my grass.
It's about 3 minutes till, let's break till 10 after. Let's come back, we still got lots to do.
How you doing?
Just remind us the camera. All right, just remind.
And this feeling, you know, she just out to get me. So she sold the property, don't get to me.
So actually,
Yes. My main man. How you doing? Good. It's good to see you.
I don't know if it's straight.
Getting all right.
Hurts pretty dry. That was a lot. What was sitting here? Sit down. I got it home. I'm good, sir. How are you? I got a copy of it at home.
But this is, Mary Ellen got this information for me. Yes. Going back to 14.
So something you got to do that. Run it up.
Yeah, and he said he's been paying.
He says he gives somebody $22.
Yeah.
They just come on the month.
So 6,000 a month, but you'll never catch it.
So the one that's foreclosed on, do you know that?
Yeah. Yes, and he would have gotten a number of notices.
I'm gonna go get it after that.
Okay.
Because it does, I look at it, it's like 424 Alpha Street. Of course, he'll have everything else.
Or just take it,
See a picture.
just send me a picture of it. You can bring it back. I'll take a picture of it. Correct.
You said something, you are officially project manager.
Lee,
What's going on? Guy from Hudson.
no, you got this Friday afternoon, but I just said to you before you got here, that Thursday afternoon is best. What you got Thursday?
No, I'm here.
So you have that new How about you? I've been so buried in this. And are you coming to the Board of Health meeting tonight?
Little up here.
You'll be done.
This is Thursday. What you got?
Yep.
All right.
I would tell you, but I can't remember. She's currently works in Richmond County. 6 o'clock. Health ed meeting. They'll go in, they'll come in, and they'll do that.
Just run the whole time.
She lives in, yeah, she lives in Laurenburg County. That's 16 minutes. But they expect her to leave. She should start June 1st. And I just don't, I'm so good with names, I don't remember it.
Hey, don't be emotional. I'll be expecting I'm gonna get some of those pills there and tell you on TV.
Just.
Till I saw how much they are. Okay.
No, but it, even more, before that, like 10 minutes before the meeting. Okay. Oh, yeah, and candidate is
over there, right?
she has a name,
I mean, they go.
and it's candidate, until I remember.
I'm about to
I do
say.
that every day, man, I'm telling you.
We need to just go on there.
So we make it a little bit about the DMs. Is that?
Yes.
Like,
No. I'm not bringing that up.
Did you?
And that's one that there's
Oh,
no,
we talking about.
we can bring it up. That's one that's not
That's that.
close to.
Oh, okay.
They're getting that grant.
There's no way of doing that one
That's great.
legally.
I really with Champion. I spent $200,000, not paid off.
And part of that is because we can't do.
Our electric bill was
$50,000
$50,000 a month.
It's doing.
Lighting, such a huge savings.
And incentive to
And
individual
lighting.
students.
Well,
Or if you're doing them direct payment for them.
and they charge.
And if you want, I can, if you mention that, I can say,
I will.
Got a lot of them. We reduced the heating costs tremendously, the 40-foot ceilings. We had to heat so much that, the wall extended before the strap height, you can tell what a huge difference it is. So we reduced our HVAC costs, as well as the standard lighting costs, kilowatt per hour. We reduced our fixtures from 1,200 to 480 and had better lighting. Quick savings.
The response after her, on the early ones. She did.
She didn't mention that she was going to give me the third degree of why I was here.
Are we supposed to?
Come on, man.
This is not a secret place.
Oh, it's not.
It's your place. We just
It's
use
yours,
it.
so go wherever
It's
you
yours,
want
we
to
just
go.
use it.
That's a sign.
Now, anybody said it was your candy.
You're smart to go get this jacket.
That was just.
Yesterday.
That's what we do for. Right there, family farmers. See, I sent them something from me.
Yeah,
To
Elizabeth
Elizabeth, Carrie.
I didn't get it. I didn't get it until you sent it
Get
yesterday.
that you? Weird. Maybe so.
It's the close.
I'm surprised when it was not money.
Or what?
Sure. We'll work on it.
Reasonable to give them because some of those checks came out.
I'm gonna take it to.
Well, Lisa alert me to look, check.
Check it out.
Thank you.
If you won't spend money, spend good money.
Right.
The 2009, the latest bond issue, 2019, we finally closed out everything. We finally paid all the invoices from the schools. So we finally.
In that direction.
South Johnson, South Johnson,
As well as.
Imagination.
no, that was over.
Was it really?
So we have.
Figure it out.
They're supposed to be down at that tree.
Stop thinking.
Oh,
are they?
So,
That's good.
Reverend, have something to drink.
Well, I got the
Piece of candy.
Oh, no, that's fine.
I figured out.
Get him out sometime.
Get him out. That's right. Renell, I got that. That'd be a lot better than 45. Yeah.
I didn't mean to share this thing forever. Would you please announce that the church demands people under the same thing?
I already have.
You know what I'm saying?
I have.
Because if that was the advantage, I was gonna lose. You know what I mean? And also, I was trying to tell them about ambulance there at the recreation center.
It's not like that. That was lady away from at least, I was out there. 2 weeks ago. She coded it.
That's what I said.
Right
there, Nick. Should be Nick. So we got.
We got pushed in the scale.
Yeah.
I'll say it, I'll say it again.
I would say it's sunny, but.
Me too.
I remember. I can do it from home, but it's not home.
Oh, I remember, I just choose to do otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
I'm doing well, hope you are.
No complaints at all.
Mr. John, what's going on with you on the weekends? Are you for Memorial Day weekend?
I just been, I'm invited up to Durham,
Okay,
to cookout.
isn't that nice? Well, somebody need to invite
I
me.
know that's private up there.
I would love to be there.
My son, the oldest son.
Yeah. My college town.
Thank you.
Most of it's going, block off the streets and all that's going to be fairly secret.
Yeah, I still want you to be aware.
Okay, no, I appreciate it. And, we'll put that on the agenda for the June 6th meeting. It's just,
Sure will. Yeah, that'll work. And I'll send you the flyer too.
okay.
If you never say, I'm pretty, you get old.
It's in that box.
It's yellow, it's smooth as supposed to be, but I don't think that's what that is. Big Mike, you want something over here, sir?
No, sir, thank you anyway.
Just want to make sure you were invited.
I was, thank you.
Trevor, did you say somebody cut you in one?
At Nick's, and the ambulance was able to go and help them out right here. It's a blessing to have it that close.
It really is. Anything more in Scotland County for Memorial Day?
I haven't heard of a whole lot.
Thought you just came.
She did and went right back. She was almost to the door.
I see the next item on our agenda, excuse me, the ARP funds. I know we've got some folks here who I believe are interested in the family promise. So unless somebody has any objection, we'll go start there if that's all right. I'm gonna wait for Carol to get back in here.
Additionally, Chairman, Reverend Leak is here because we got an email about CEDA. The dance.
You're right.
And I don't know where that falls in legal ramifications, but let's have that conversation with him.
Okay. And Reverend Leak is with what church?
I'm with Bethlehem Missionary Baptist Church.
Just wanted to get you, let you get that plug in here.
I didn't know that. Yeah, I used to go there a lot. I haven't been there in 3 years now, so
Well,
I
I've been
don't
there
like to
for
see him.
3 years.
So I haven't seen him.
Reverend Leak and I go back a ways.
I can believe that.
He was my probation officer in an earlier life.
Probation officer, oh, we got a history of the superintendent.
Actually, he welcomed me into Scotland County with open arms when I came in '96.
Wow. So both y'all are old.
You never been in
the beginning to get old.
that long, have you?
No, I've been there.
I watch it, right?
7 years.
I've been at Bethlehem for
7 years.
past 5.
I had some friends that pastored there, and I just think about them sometimes. You kind of lose contact after years, you know. I'm thinking that name and
Say we
check
got an email.
and see if you know the person still living or not. I don't know why I can't come to me right now.
Oh,
When the pastors of Bethlehem.
I'm gonna go ahead.
Millhouse.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah.
Is he still
I
there?
remember now.
No, his wife just died last month.
Okay, folks, let's come back to order, please. We're gonna talk about family promise. This is one, and the reason we're bringing them up first is simply because we know we have several people who are either on that board or have been in here with us previously. And then we will go with, I think there are several other items that we will probably touch on in regard to whether or not we will fund them or not, or to what degree from the ARP funds that we've discussed for 2 or 3 months now. Family Promise has come to us We've actually had two presentations from them, one at a budget meeting in this room and one at a regular monthly county commissioner meeting. I don't have their proposal directly in front of me. I believe their request was,
$284,200.
thank you, I was remembering the $284,000 part of it. There were some other parts of their proposal that I think were of interest to members of this board. One of them was that in their request, they were hoping that this board would consider dedicating part of the project at Alice Johnson for a facility, for a residential facility for the homeless. I don't want to overly state one way or the other on any of these. I know that many of the commissioners have expressed opinions in support of, and some concerns about this project, and I think all of those will come up at this time, or some of them will come up. And I think what we will do is take some action on that today, or at least narrow down what our action might be, and then try to give them an answer. And I think the reason we're going to it now is just because we don't want you to have to sit here for another hour and a half while we discuss these other things. Reverend Gibson, Commissioner Gibson, I know you have been one of the ones who, I think you're on the board. I think this has been a project that you have shown a great deal of interest in. Is there anything you want to say to start this conversation?
Yes, sir, we will. I just want to say that our fellow commissioners are certainly not as a point of personal privilege or concern, but I will say just from the work that we do in this county, homelessness is a growing issue, a growing concern. I think this organization has come together with a remedy to that issue. I know that there are some concerns from logistics about doing this at IEJ and the annex. But I do hope it's something we can consider moving forward and having Kevin to do more research on exactly what it would entail and to what extent those funds would be increased. Because I know their request is 284, but when we talk about actually doing that area as a housing unit, some of the things Kevin has shared with each of us is, you got to consider a sprinkler system going in, and so there's some additional costs. But I do hope that we can at least move forward with allowing Kevin, as the IEJ plan is actually taking place, that we can kind of pre-commit ourselves to doing this if it falls into a certain range of course, we don't want to go broke trying to do it, but if we can do it at a reasonable cost, I think it's a worthwhile investment to utilize that area to try to address this issue of homelessness. My thoughts.
Okay.
I'd like to say this, and someone help me a little bit. Champs out there, what's the name of that hotel? Champs?
Scotland Inn.
Scotland Inn. I have a very, very close relative that's a honorable discharge veteran that's homeless, is living out there, and he was told they have to find a place to live in November. All of them have to move out. Every tenant out there.
It's been sold. It's been sold.
It's been sold. And that will add to our homeless population. I get a little emotional about this because when it hits close home, you look at it differently. I don't know how we would do this, the funding, the location, but I'd like to see the board go on record as supporting it. And we'll work something out. I don't think we can come to that conclusion that we don't have the time. But I would like to see the board personally say yes. That don't mean the exact funding, we don't know what that would be, but yes, we fund it at some level. Location, there are options, and I would like to see it, just say yes. So these folk can move on with their plan. And when I say those folk, I think BJ, myself, and how many of you ministers here? All three? So the 4 ministers sitting here. It's kind of hard for us to preach one thing on Sunday and don't do it on Monday.
You got one on the right too.
Another little guy, I thought he had gone.
We should have a prayer meeting then. We're
So,
ready.
that's a dilemma for us. We can't say no.
We're surrounded by preachers.
Yeah. I don't know how that happened.
Then two here, oh my God.
Yeah, so I'm saying, let's say yes and work out the logistics, whatever it is.
Two more things I want to say before we move on. If this was regular taxpayers' money, it may be a different conversation. But I think we've been given this special allotment of money that allows us to do some special things. I want to say that. Second thing I want to say is these ladies can probably tell us even better. I think it's a two, as you said, Mr. Chairman, it's a twofold request. One is you need some monies from ARP funds, and two is you want that area at the annex. That 284,000, if I remember looking at the breakdown, some of that was dedicated to turning that area into like showers or something. So if we were able to say today, yes, we will allot this amount of money, it may not necessarily be the 284, it would be less until we can decide on the IEJ part, correct?
Yes,
I thought so.
yes, exactly.
Well,
I was listening to that and trying to get my thoughts together. I think we need to be more strategic in how we go about allocating money. I mean, I don't think we can say we support it and I think we've got to determine at what level that we think we can support this project going forward. To just say, yes, we support it and allocate $284,000, I don't think that is wise on our part, because there are some hoops that still have to be jumped through. We don't know what the zoning for this will be if it becomes a residential facility, and that's out of our hands. That's the city's purview, is to determine the zoning if we allocate this building for residential use. There is no zoning statute that I'm aware of for homeless shelters, either in the city or in the county. So that's a significant piece to me before we could say, yes, we're gonna have people sleeping in the annex. I mean, that definitely, it could be a great day center, there's no question about that. But the sleeping piece is just, I mean, I would hate for us to put in showers and spend all this money, and then all of a sudden we're told, oh, no, zoning won't allow you to do that. I think we gotta keep our horses in line as we go forward in allocating money toward the project. And then, not to be contradictory, but it is taxpayer dollars. I mean, it's not our regular county dollars that are supporting this, from property and sales tax, but it is taxpayer dollars. That's all we ever have to spend when we're doing anything. So I think that is, I'd be careful how we said that it's, if we say it's not taxpayer dollars, somebody's gonna say, well, where's it coming from? It's coming from the federal government as a response to the last 2 years that we experienced with the pandemic. So I just think we need to be mindful of that as we go forward and determine, do we approve a certain amount of money each budget year toward the project? Because to get this building ready, it's gonna take time. I mean, we're not gonna have anyone in there using the building as a day center or as a sleeping facility 18 months, maybe, if we're lucky.
Yeah.
So I think we need to work on the strategy of how we do this and how much support we want to give, and see how much support will come from the community. Because of the presentations that I've been able to attend, a lot of the support for Family Promise programs come out of the community, come from the church and the faith-based organizations, not only with volunteers, but with writing a check. And so I don't know that we want the entire project to be seen as a county-funded project. I'm not sure that that's, in my mind, I would want to see how the board felt about this project just being essentially county-funded. I know some churches, 10 churches, have definitely committed to the program and to their support through food and volunteerism, but it's the dollars that are gonna make it happen at this point. This is the way I see it. So I just want to be real smart about what we're doing, and I want Mr. Johnston to weigh in on what he has learned because the compliance from ARP monies are significant. I mean, they run into many, many, many pages of compliance that will have to be considered for any program that gets ARP money, whether it's Family Promise or Domestic Violence and Rape Crisis, or even the county, how we could, meet the compliance issues. That's why people from across the state came to a full-day workshop on compliance on ARP funds. So do you have anything to add, Mr. Johnson?
Well, I appreciate you inviting me to do that. I had just whispered to the chair, I would like to make a comment. I didn't know you were going to.
And the only reason I'm talking is that I've invested a lot of time in studying this. I've been to meetings
Right.
and heard presentations, heard all the stuff at the strategy summit that we have. So I'm just sort of really focused on how the county as a whole best goes forward with all of our ARP funds.
And I appreciate you inviting me to speak about that. I have looked over a number of different blogs and additional information from different professors at the School of Government, because this has been a statewide process for a lot of entities, including counties and others that receive these ARP funds. I believe that the purpose for which these funds would be directed, if the board chooses to spend the funds in this way, would be considered a public purpose. One of the blogs in particular mentioned that paying a nonprofit to provide homelessness prevention services is a public purpose. So you meet the initial hurdle. In addition to that, as you all have heard, in general, the ARP funds have great flexibility from the federal level as to what you may use them for. So I think the purpose here clearly is met with homelessness. I do believe there are substantial requirements that must be met to comply with how this money is to be used if you fund it with ARP funds. And, there's about a 20-page document that came from the Institute that relates to how you meet all the federal requirements, including the entity you deal with, has to have conflicts of interest policies, non-discrimination policies, just a laundry list of different things. That's not to say that I think from a legal standpoint it should be disqualifying. I just think it means from a legal standpoint it has to be done carefully and cautiously. For example, one of the things that I didn't realize up until today, that Reverend Gibson, you're on the board of the entity. I guess, is that what they just said? You're a board member?
It was my understanding. Am I on your board?
You're not.
I've been meeting with them, but I don't know that I'm official.
Don't get on that board.
Am I?
Yeah.
I'm not.
Well, that's good.
It was represented to me that you were.
Right, I didn't know.
If I miss.
Yeah, I know I met with them.
Well,
but
I think it's better that you're not.
I agree.
So I'm glad to know that that's not.
When I heard that, I said, you are, I looked at him like,
Yeah.
you are, he is not on the board.
That's what it was in something that I read.
He
Yeah,
has
I know I
been
met
to
with
the
them,
meetings.
but I should not be an official board member.
It
I
was-
should not.
I read that off of something.
That's one less problem.
Okay.
And if he's on the board, it's inadvertently,
Well, I had read that.
okay.
I'm not sure, I don't know exactly where that was.
Because he's not on the board.
I read it in one of the church websites.
I think in general it's doable. I think it has to be done carefully. If you choose to go that route, of course, it's the board's decision about whether it does or not. To some extent, I think we have to be careful that we not get caught up in dissolving the separation of the church and the state. I mean, I'm not sure to what extent this is a church project, but that has to be looked at closely too. So I throw those things out, basically to advise you that I do think it's legally doable. I think it has to be done with care. And it's the board's decision as to what option you may choose or options you may choose to pursue.
When I first heard about the project, I was excited about it, and I still am. I think it is a great need that we have in our county. But the first part I heard, it was a faith-based, faith-centered approach, and that there were 13 churches were going to be recruited to house a family for a week at a time in their church facility. I just thought it was a great idea. And still do. And as I understand it, there were 10 or 11 churches that have already committed to that. And I think one of the issues that has come up is that not all churches would have the physical facility to house that family. When I look at the whole package and the $284,000, that means the county would take ownership of the program, not ownership, but fund the program, at least to get it started. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that the total amount is a little excessive to ask for, particularly when you're not really know exactly how you're going to be doing it or where you're going to be doing it. What I'd like to see is the county make a commitment, as John has stated, that we support it and that we help with some of the initial cost, which in this case might be the hiring of the director. And so if that is, and I don't remember, I think it was maybe $35,000.
Yeah.
If that was an amount that we would either like to commit money toward or commit the total amount of that money toward, I would certainly support that. And maybe that would give them a little bit of the basis to move forward, to get some of the other wheels moving, which I know that y'all are already doing. But as far as that, we give you somebody else maybe to look for an alternative place that might be better than House Johnson. So my thought is to the board as a whole, is that something that we would consider doing?
Can I mention one more thing?
Yes, sir.
The board for an earlier applicant did something creatively, which I think possibly might suit this if you decide to move forward with some funding. But I think you had an applicant for funding which you approved, in which Mr. Patterson basically used ARP funds to buy an ambulance, which clearly was a permissible thing to do and was clean and, didn't have any of the strings attached to it. And basically used the funds that were saved off of that to fund the project that you approved. I think you would have fewer hoops to jump through if you want to move forward with some sort of funding on this. If Mr. Patterson could somehow do something creatively that way, and I'm hate to put you on the spot, but you did something before that was really a really creative and good way to avoid a lot of the red tape that's involved with ARP funds.
And honestly, it would be very easy to go off and supplant ARP funds, so I'm not doing that. But there are still state issues that are there. The biggest challenge on funding the organization is actually the startup, the initial hiring the person to do the startup. Because ultimately the county can contract with anybody to provide a service to the county, but I can't pay you to do something for you.
As long as the service is one that we can provide.
Right.
Homelessness prevention would be.
Yeah. So now, but for the startup situation, you're not providing any homeless services. So some of that would have to come back in. And if that is a grant that the board wants to go in that direction in, we would have to go off and, because you've already applied for your 501c3 status.
Yes.
That's in. So we would have to determine exactly what type of service that the corporation could provide to the county. And it could be an exploratory service on the development of a strategy for a homeless center. We can't pay your payroll cost directly, but we might be able to contract with your agency to provide a concept back. That's the trickiest part in doing that. Operationally, once it is actually up and operational, and hold on, we're ready to bring families in, that is something that is easily and clearly definable because you're providing a homeless service, which the county can easily do.
The
What's
state
the county
regulations
what?
you're talking about have to be complied with
regardless.
Way you go.
Yes.
It's just that if you use ARP funds, you got those regulations, the federal regulations, and all the other specific requirements that are in the ARP fund.
So if there's something in the startup that the board is interested in, we will have to come up with a sideways of doing it. But as far as the exploration of the facility, that is something that we can go off and look to do.
I think we just gotta be careful with these sideways things we're doing.
Yeah.
We get too many of that going on.
Yeah.
and-
Well, I'm
not saying I'm against it at all, I'm just saying.
No, no.
Let's just do it the right way.
We gotta be
But
careful.
we're having to do something sideways. That doesn't pass the smell test to me.
Right.
Yeah. Now, one thing that is possible, because we are looking at hiring a community liaison person. It could be something that they not take on this project, but they can help serve as a liaison with this group, looking with, okay, they can also explore CDBG or other HUD funding opportunities once they get in, and looking for additional federal streams of revenue for a homeless shelter in Scotland County. That can be a project that's done that way, and that is something that basically the county would be doing.
if you fund this with ARP funds, you have to monitor it too.
Yes.
To monitor it from day one.
And because, like I said, that's something that, the county would be exploring, looking for funding, and then we can assist the organization to go off and apply for that funding.
I have a question for either Kevin or Ed. I'm not sure who's best to answer it, but you're talking contracts.
Mhm.
How does that differ from a sub-award? And should we be looking in that direction?
I think either way you go, the regulations
Oh, my
are
head hurts now.
Yeah.
burdensome, to say the least.
I mean,
Either way.
burdensome is a good word for
They
it.
really are.
Yeah.
I mean, it imposes a lot of obligations on the county, but also on the entity
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
with policies they have to adopt and things of that nature. And it's doable, but it's just cumbersome.
And if you're looking at a sub-award, basically that's allocating a portion of the ARP funds to them, at which point in time, these ladies would get to know Adam Holland very well, because every time they did something, you'd want to see exactly why and when they did it and their expenditures, at which point in time they would not like Adam after a while.
We don't want to do anything that's going to make it more cumbersome for them to
Right.
do what they're trying to do.
Right. So, and that's why with the health clinic, we actually did a contract rather than a sub-award. So basically we set it up to pay, I think, $150 per visit that they provided service for.
Okay.
So as long as there's a direct benefit that we can, a direct and quantifiable benefit that we can acknowledge, that is a contractable service.
If you don't mind, go ahead. You wanted to say something. And tell us who you are first.
I'm Patricia Ramsden. I'm on the board for Family Promise. And one of the things that has happened since our last presentation is Church in the Pines in Laurel Hill. Their board has approved our using their building for a day center while we're trying to get up and running for a 24-hour center. So what we're hoping is that if we have the funding to begin with the setup coordinator and some of the other supplies that we would need, that in just a few months, we would be able to help the homeless during the day with training and a place to go and stay in the heat of the summer and the cold of the winter. while we're working on the 24-hour shelter concept.
And the amount of funds to have that set up person, and when you say that whatever that setup cost is, what, when in your presentation, what was the amount of that is money?
Let me do quick math. About 57,000.
Have y'all been approved already for, taxes and status? And have you gotten your articles of incorporation done?
We've got the articles of incorporation done. We have not yet been approved for 501c3. That's in the process.
You have an account helping you with that?
Yes. Family Promise, the national program, has filed all the papers for that, and it's just in red tape heaven.
We have the articles.
Yeah.
We have the articles of incorporation.
And, one last thing, and, I noticed that you have been doing research, which is very good, but we have too. And, under the National Family Promise, we checked with them before going any further about the government. And the government does, provide, she said, that they have over 80% of Family Promise. Now, they do not provide 80% of it, but they have over 80% of Family Promise. So we do know that the government is able, and Family Promise is not just about a homeless person out in the street, because there are a lot of homeless people that would rather live in the street. Family Promise is about those families that do not have any place to stay. They have, they're single parents, and some of them are married, but they don't have a place to stay. I'm sure that each and every one of us got a nice warm place to go to at night. And I'm sure that almost every one of us don't want a homeless person in because we don't know who they are. But someone has to care. Someone. And what a wonderful thing to say that Scotland County Board of Commissioners, we came to them for support and for help. And we put down what we need, but we're asking you to help. If you can't give it all to us, if you can give half or whatever, we are much obliged, much obliged. But we want to help. And like you said, there are 4 preachers in here, 5 preachers, but it's not about the preachers. It's about examining oneself, looking at ourselves and see what we can do to reach out and help someone. And there are a lot of families in Scotland County, over 150, that need our help. Would you please help us? Thank you.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I'm saying that we support what you say, what you want. I've been interested in the shelter situation for years, and we support it. We're just trying to figure out legally how we can get support to you. You see what I'm saying? It's not that we don't question our support. We're going to help you, but we got to figure out how we can do that.
So do we need to get from national what they do, because they said that the government does help support it. So do we need to find out every detail of what they support?
No,
Mr. Chairman.
not for me.
This is my thoughts. If I'm in order, I'd like to offer a motion that we we do a $75,000 grant to Family Promise. And here's my caveat. I don't get paid enough as a Board of Commissioner member to figure out the how. Ed gets paid, Kevin gets paid, let them figure out the how.
Well, the grant may be an issue if you phrase it as a grant, because I think a grant really is probably problematic, but you want to direct, your motion is to direct $75,000 to help with this project.
Yes, sir.
In some, whatever way.
However you and Kevin figure, and report back to us, of course, will be the best way for us to do it.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Do you wanna leave it up to to the board, to their board, on how they spend that $75,000?
You know what you said.
Yeah.
She's already
They're
said
capable.
what they were gonna do.
Well, if we use ARC funds, we'll do a contract, and we probably will either way.
Y'all figure
It's
it out.
like,
I don't know whether-
they said, we-
Y'all get paid a lot of
We getting
money.
into
Y'all
the
can do
minutia
that.
here. and
Yeah, I don't wanna get
My mind
into
ain't that good.
I want to say this, that everybody here knows this. Many of these people that are homeless have income. I know folk who have substantial income. They're just homeless. They don't have that place to go during the day. They're looking for a place to stay. I know folk right now who can pay $700 a month rent, $800 a month rent, and they have to walk the street all day long.
Wow.
Cause they don't have a place to rent. They're homeless with money. And they got backpacks on.
It's interesting, I'm sorry. Yeah.
So we need that place up in Laurel Hill for these people to come during the day. That's what I'm thinking.
I just took
Okay,
care of
well,
homeless person,
we've
so I
got,
know
we've
what you're
got,
talking
we've got a
about.
motion in a second. Let's,
Can I make another comment?
please.
Okay, because I know once this motion's approved, we'll move on to something else, and I think it's something that I want to insert in the conversation. We've just learned officially, I think we've kind of known it for a while, that we're gonna have possession of the, community building in East Laurenburg. That's right there beside Partners in Ministry, where that could be a really good day center permanently. Because I don't know, does Church of the Pines intend for your location to be there permanent, or is it just in transition?
Right now, that's not to be determined yet.
Right, okay.
But if we find a location, hopefully the IEJ building annex, then our plans are to put the day center and the shelter in the same place in the IEJ annex. If that doesn't come to pass and we need a day center, Church in the Pines will let us be there as long as we need to be there until we find some place that'll be 24 hours.
Because that building in East Laurenburg might really be a asset for what you're trying to
And we
do.
were gonna say that if we don't get Iolis Johnson, that was a place that we went and it was most suitable. But if we don't get it because of zoning or whatever, we're more than welcome for a building that you have for us.
Okay.
We'll work with it. We're willing to work.
Well, I think we can just let that rest, but I just wanted to get that out there while we were discussing Family Promise, because we've got to move on to other stuff, so. There's a motion on the floor.
Question for Commissioners Gibson and Ivy. Is it your intention that you have not specifically designated the source of the funding for this? Is it your intention that the manager and I
Work out the
that
details.
comes from?
Yes.
Okay.
And report back to us, of course.
If you figure out how you can do it in art, figure it out. If not, then we'll just do it under regular.
Okay. Let's get the motion.
Well, I'm not gonna say it, BJ. I'm just not gonna say it.
All in favor, say aye.
I saw your man swallow it up, leave it alone.
No, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Nay. It passes 5-1. And I'll state it, my reasoning is I would have wanted to start with a lesser amount with more to come later on. So don't take it as a lack of support for the motion.
We don't.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank
you
y'all.
so much.
We're ever grateful. Thank you.
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes,
did
sir.
you want to bring up the one that
There was a
that
letter,
Reverend Lee might want?
yes. There was a letter sent to us by Jason that was sent in from CEDA, which is a, Mr. Lee may want to speak to it, but it is a, dance academy for young people, and they were requesting funds. And I mean, it was a request. I don't know anything one way or the other, but it was a request. And for us to discuss and in talking with Kevin, he can kind of give more information as to his thoughts on it, but it was a request. I don't know if Mr. Leak has anything to add, but I'm trying to pull up the letter now.
Well, I have the letter if you need me to read it. It was sent to me for this purpose. Creative Expression Dance Academy, which is CEDA, committed to offering quality dance instructions to students of all ages under the auspices of our Executive Director, Samora D. Terry. We are honored and humbled to offer classes in a positive atmosphere for beginners and advanced dancers, students. Our director has over 20 years of dance experience and 10 years of dance instructions, where she has completed on local, state, and regional levels. Since the age of 8, she received her intensive training in ballet, tap, jazz, contemporary, and hip hop. Creative Expressions is asking for funding for 30 underprivileged youth to be able to take dance, because we know that a lot of things that are going on now is violence on the uprise, and most of this is headed by our youth. And if we can give our youth a chance to express themselves in other ways and other means that would kind of curb some of the criminal activity. And this is where some of our parents here in Scotland County cannot afford to pay the tuition and everything that is called for this dance academy. The total for the entire dance year totals $2,125 per dancer, which will total $63,750 for 30 students per year. In all honesty, we would use the monies to give scholarships to more underprivileged kids for their dancing needs.
With this one, because of the number of the issues that we already discussed, there's no way that I can think of to make this one happen. Under federal law, we would be allowed to make a grant to a business. Under state law, we are not. Again, we can contract for services, but we cannot do business assistance. We were trying to do business assistance grants, and we do not have the state authority to do so. The other way is looking at as to individuals, but with that one, it becomes very difficult to go off and create benefits directly to individuals without opening them up to a much broader category. I just don't see a legal way of making this one happen.
Mr. Johnson, do you have an opinion?
The same as his.
Even if somehow we did it through Parks and Rec, maybe, I don't know, I'm just.
Parks and Rec could have a class and could hire the instructor,
right?
But it would have to be a Parks and Rec activity.
I think Kevin's concern is you were really getting into almost give to a private entity. that
Yes.
doesn't serve the public in general.
Mike, when I read the letter, that was my sense. I've had brief conversations with the two of them. I don't think it's something we can do.
Right. And I totally understand. They told me to come.
Gotta do what your wife
Glad
say.
you're here. And you came.
You gotta do what your wife say,
I'm
right?
glad we know that this is gonna make it exist in the county.
Right.
That's a good thing.
Well, the answer is always do it till you ask.
Right, that's the whole ball of wax.
Yeah, well, and I enjoyed looking at the pictures and reading your letter, and saw a bunch of smiling kids, and you can't help but let your heart go out to them, but I just felt like this would be something that it would be hard for us to do.
Right.
And it would open a door, not that, it would just open a door to a lot of other things that we can't do either.
I
And if we
totally
did it for
understand.
one, we would be,
We don't want to say no what we want.
One no works for all no's.
Yeah.
You know?
but you can go tell whoever this person was who runs the stand studio, who you may or may not know.
It's my.
I know who it is. That you came here, you tried awfully hard.
Yeah, I appreciate your time.
That's right.
I really do. Thank y'all so much.
Appreciate you being here.
Y'all have a blessing.
You too.
I think that we should, know exactly if we can use IEJ for this homeless project. I mean, so that we can eliminate them thinking that they can bring it here, because I think that is basically their idea, right, is using IEJ. And I think we need to say, it is almost impossible for you to use this as a residential area. I know we just discussed it, but I think we need to.
But we don't know that
Clear
it's
on.
possible. We don't know that it's impossible.
Well, after we get the zoning and do all that other, but so they can really move on and try to get a residential place.
Right.
Because I'm not sure they're there yet.
And that makes sense to me, Betty, because I would hate for so much work to be done and so much anticipation to be done on it being a residential facility. And then it's like, the zoning won't allow it. That, I would think that the person that they're gonna hire with the 75,000 and all, that might be one of the first things they pursue, is see where the zoning status is and how they go about getting the zoning that they need to go forward. But that's,
And I don't want to ask, I almost don't want to ask this question, but their original plan was for these families to stay in these individual churches.
right,
Would
yeah.
those churches have to be rezoned?
Churches have a different privilege in the community per se. As
But I mean, we don't know that either.
I don't know, because I understand and like the concept of having a place where a small church may want to be a part of this, but they can't do it on their property because they don't have showers, they don't have places for, it would be a major expense to develop that.
I wouldn't assume that the church would be allowed to do that automatically under zoning.
That would be my thought.
because they're doing it in other places. I mean, the majority of what
Well, the lady who came from the national, when we attended that,
They may be doing it.
Commissioner McCall and I attended two of their meetings, and the lady from the national place was saying that, I'll use Nashville, for example, allow people to stay this week, and next week it will move to New Hope.
Yeah.
And they only stayed there, and our church provided, if I'm right, provided meals that evening, meals that morning. But you had to get up in your pajamas or whatever and go to that day site to shower and dress,
That's right.
which was kind of the dilemma that they didn't want people to be in. I mean, it's still uncomfortable. But I think you're right that and I will share that with them specifically. I'm sure Kevin will, that perhaps one of the first things that they need to start looking into is what would the requirements be for Johnson, and then determine from there if it's a yes or a no, so they can move on. I just think those ladies are committed to making this happen, whether it's at the churches or at Johnson. They want to get it.
I get that. I agree with, they're committed. There's no question about that. And they've already put in a lot of work. Going in another direction about Johnson, let's fast forward and assume that they're at the annex. How does that change your vision for how that facility is to be used because the first vision for the annex was for DSS. So if Family Promise is in the annex and DSS is, I don't have them up here, are we limiting ourselves on what we can do at Johnson as a true community resource center?
No,
Well, can I throw another cog in the wheel?
Oh, please
This just
do.
went through my head, and I promise I don't want to sit here and talk about it. What if,
What if?
and you needed a freestanding building out of the way that's already plumbed and all that good stuff? What if we decided that remaining building that's gonna be out at Laurel Hill, once the community center there is up and running, if that's just contracted, given, whatever the word you want to use to them, and say, here you go.
I mean, there's a building that's not incorporated as part of the community,
We control the zoning for that.
and we control it, and it's already built. It's on the property.
Laurel Hill,
Oh, Lord, that great building.
the brick building. So, I'm just throwing that out there. We ain't gotta talk about it now.
It's just like me throwing out the East Laurenburg building.
But I don't think, and I'm gonna be quiet, I don't think those ladies are going anywhere.
No,
And I think there'll be a constant conversation with
Right.
Kevin as they move forward, and that may be a,
I just threw that out as a thought.
That's why I wanna make decision about IEJ and so they can move on.
but I don't think we can.
I understand that now. But I
this
think
is-
Carol's idea was good about the large hill.
Okay, next topic. What else do we need to talk about with the ARP funds?
I got a couple of things that we haven't fully decided on. We had a nice presentation from Crime Stoppers, and took no action, that's fine.
I thought we did.
We
I thought
discussed,
we did, Crime Stoppers,
I thought we committed.
$1,000 or something.
I thought we
Jason,
committed
no.
If I, well,
We did?
I don't think so.
but their request, if I remember, was $1,000 a year.
For a
I thought
month.
we did.
Yeah.
A month.
There was some
A year.
questions, but there was never a motion
Oh.
to do anything.
I thought we did.
I
For
thought
some
I
reason,
made
I
the
thought we did it.
Mm-mm. So that Crime Stoppers is one, the litter conversation that we started is another that I know the citizens, that is so visible and the citizens talk about a lot to us. And, 'tis the season. We had a big presentation from them with a budget, and people need answers. If they've come to us
One way or the
and
other.
requested something, we need to get
Well, and you
answers.
had Partners in Ministry send a rebuttal or a response to
Yeah,
our note.
they need an answer.
Yeah.
Mhm.
They sent a response to our note.
Yeah, they sent us another one that said they want to drop it down to just 30,000 or something.
I think we have.
No, I agree, Ms. Gold, but we gotta say
I
yes
we
or no.
gotta say that to them.
Yeah, we
Now,
gotta-
tis the season. I'm sorry, I love to see Laurenburg, all kind of things running around. But I can't see myself supporting that program.
Well, I think, like Mr. Johnson said on that, that's a big hurdle to
Yes,
jump.
that is a
That's
big
a
one, to
question.
convince somebody, yes.
If we do that, tis the season.
Oh, yeah.
But let's write them a letter and let's get these over with. Let's get these things straightened out and be forgotten.
But on Crime Stoppers, I was under the impression we did it, so with that.
Well, let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
And then I'll make the motion, we contribute 1,000 you, Southern County Crime Stoppers.
$1,000 a year for how many years?
$1,000 a month.
$1,000.
A lot.
I mean,
$1,000 a year.
A year, I'm sorry.
For 1 year, we'll do it again next year. Maybe they need 2,000.
All right, we have a motion by Tim, second by BJ. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Partisan ministry. They've made a request for 100,000. We turned them down. They have sent and am I correct that they have sent another request?
Am I right, Jason?
It was.
I saw it.
I saw it. It was either 30 or
It
35,000.
was something like that, for just a thing in the same.
I think that we have done well by them.
I think you all might have received that. I didn't
Okay.
receive it.
I don't remember.
I don't remember receiving.
You say Harvard Ministries.
Partners in there.
Partners in there.
That's second request.
I didn't bring my tablet.
The
right.
second request, right?
Second request.
It was actually the
Third.
third request.
I
We
mean,
denied the
I mean,
second
they-
request.
we initially gave them money.
300,000, right, Calvin? 300,000.
And they're asking for more in the same calendar year, is that correct?
Correct.
They asked for 100,000 and we told them no. Now they're asking for
It was either 30 or 35. I
Yeah,
can't
that was
remember.
the 100 was in addition to the 300.
Oh, yes, yeah, yeah.
I say no.
My vote is no.
Well, let's have a motion,
I make a motion that we turn them down.
and we have a second
Yeah.
from Mr. Alford. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Ayes have it.
Rodney, what do you do with that?
You want to deal with 'tis the season?
I don't even know.
I'm sorry, BJ, you.
No, go ahead.
I don't even know that we need to bring that as a motion, as legal counsel has advised us that that's not something we should
You
do.
can do it. But we need to tell them that. I mean, don't we need to
There's
tell
an
them
issue
something?
about church and state there,
You'll do
right?
with shit.
Although,
Probably bigger than the other one because you're not serving the county.
They are
purpose.
doing crazy.
it may be that they could work with the TDA and get some grants.
That would be the direction I would say they need to go to.
I mean, they are nonprofit, so then that piece, that allows them to make a request. The rejection of their request would be that it doesn't, and I don't have the wording in front of me, it doesn't fall under what normal government,
Public purpose.
yeah,
Yeah,
right.
that's good.
But TDA would be a better,
Well, they could probably help get a
They've
grant.
gotten money from, they got money from TDA the very first year they did this, I know
And/or Parks
that.
and Rec.
I had to keep loading Brian's wagon.
Well,
He's-
If we can't do it as commissioners, just say we can't do it and let them reach out wherever else they wanna go.
There you
That
go.
makes sense.
And you can quote her on that. No.
Well, I just don't come to Laurenburg on Christmas Eve, cause they may run me out. Oh, that's, oh, I forgot the radio.
Her phone.
Oh, God. I'm done for.
I just don't see even bringing that up because we are biased, it's not there.
Anything else from the ARP funds that we talked about?
I want to just, I guess because you brought up litter, I thought litter got on a hold because you had an idea that you wanted to bring up. If I'm not mistaken, you said you had an idea about litter that you want to suggest. That's why we need to talk about it even more. But on that same page, I'll say I went to Waco this morning and the prison had 6 workers out on 401 this
Oh,
morning
great.
picking up trash.
Oh, great. That's,
Prison or the county?
Who does the prison?
Probably the president.
It was prison.
We
It was
don't
that
have
bad.
any inmates right
they have
There's
stopped
so many
doing it
inmates.
one time. That's great.
So they were out this morning picking up trash. I
So
mean,
we can use them.
of course, that doesn't help across the county because it literally.
Well, I mean, my son works out there. He says those people have been dying to get out of that prison to do stuff like that, so.
Yeah.
I was, one of the days, and this
How about
may be
state
what
prison?
you're referring to, I had to take Tammy to a doctor's appointment in Southern Pines, and we were in Scotland County on 15501, and there was a crew out there they weren't under armed guard, they were the honor grade inmates out there. They had picked up about 5 miles of that highway. And so I didn't know whether or not we had gotten back in the inmate picking up trash business.
They were out there this morning.
Because at one time, Harry, whatever his last name was, he worked for the Department of Correction, and he had a crew from I guess Lumberton coming all the time.
Yeah.
But I don't, so that's not what we were running.
Do they initiate that on their own, or is that something that we have to pursue?
That's something the prison
Oh, okay.
we're not involved in that.
But it's probably only on certain state highways. Is that how?
They'd be able to do it on a public road. State
Any
maintained
public,
road.
any public road?
Maybe we need to call them and find out
Yeah.
if they're gonna keep on before we start committing.
Well, has Michael House and his company made a presentation or a proposal to us?
I can't remember if it was them or someone gave a proposal 2 years ago, I believe, to pick up litter for $90,000.
Was this somebody local?
Yes.
I don't see how they can do that whole.
Well, they didn't say how much or whatever. They just said they would pick up trash, but. And some of that comes into if you want to contract with someone,
I think we can. go
what's your
ahead and take it.
expectation or how would you, how much would you want to fund?
Well, can we find out from Department of Correction if they're going to be having road crews out again?
Yes.
We'll reach out to them.
And how much of that we can expect for them to do. Because I think Michael House was going to make a proposal to us. And I think their proposal was to cover the entire county for $96,000.
I just don't know how you do that. That's a lot.
Well,
of
you have to
coverage.
hear what because I asked one of the guys who worked for him, you don't have the crew to do that. Who are you gonna hire? Where are you gonna find the people to do
That's
it?
a lot of coverage for $96,000.
I think that was gonna be $96,000 for the year.
Yeah, but still, that's a lot.
Oh, let's try to find out more information on that before we have any more conversation on that.
Okay.
Can you bring us up a spreadsheet? We saw it last time we met, and add to it what we voted on today to see what our balance is in ARP funds. Because we don't have to spend it all today.
Well,
I don't think we didn't spend anything, did we? We didn't spend anything, did we?
We didn't really
Well,
spend
we
it.
spent $75,000. We're not sure where it's coming
Well,
from.
we're not sure. That's a maybe, so
We
that's.
did good today, didn't we?
Well, but I was not there, and y'all know that because of Tammy's surgery, but y'all had a meeting with the folks from North Turnpike, from
North
Oak Hill.
Turnpike.
From
Yeah.
where?
North
North
Turnpike.
Turnpike, about the water. I don't know what the
Mhm.
result of that was, but that was $750,000 that was up in the air.
Yeah, well, that's still on there though.
Yes.
Did we learn anything?
We learned
I
that they're
expected-
serious.
I expected to hear people balk at the fee. I didn't hear anybody really say anything about the fee. The question was, what part of the road are you gonna come through Deercroft with it, or are you gonna come all the way up from James Shaw? But I learned too, Kevin, that James Shaw, that's not county water, that's airport.
Really?
Okay.
Airport.
Yeah, that hydrant there, that's an airport hydrant water system,
Okay.
not the county, so, I don't.
Does that mean it's not even an option for us?
Well, yeah, but
Yeah,
it
that's
would
why they-
increase the amount of line that you would have to run.
Maybe that's why the engineer said,
Right, Deercroft.
We would need to connect into a county line. So if we went that way, we would have to connect in somewhere else to have a loop. But at that point in time, you're still gonna be installing a master meter, so that would make it more, that would add
It
expense.
just made, to me, if it was another 3/4 mile to just come from James Shaw and come all the way up and catch everybody. But if that's that's an airport, water line, then you can't do that. Well, I guess
who ever thought
you
that?
could do anything, but I mean, you know.
It's a big participation, with a lot of people came, the place was just about full.
I heard you had a good crowd.
They dropped off the list yesterday.
How many were on, how many?
I did not sit down and count it.
And what was the list?
The list of people, list names and addresses of the people who are interested in connecting to the project.
My one expectation was I was gonna hear a lot of people say, I can't afford that.
Yeah, you can.
And I didn't hear anybody say that. Now, they might have said it under their breath.
But it may be that some people said to them that we probably can get some grants and help
Well, yeah,
cover that, and so I think that was told to the people.
right.
I didn't tell them, but, the people in general talked about, I think we call certain places, Sandra Swan mentioned that we call certain places, and they say certain people on certain incomes are eligible. Do you remember what that organization was that she talked to?
It was I believe the CDB, a CDBG grant,
No,
USDA.
or USDA.
That was what was written on the agenda, was USDA.
Okay.
USDA. All right.
The Viper radio, do you not have a speculative number for that?
I do. There are two numbers. One was 1.2 and one was 1.6. I did put in 1.6 million into the state request.
To a state? Okay, not-
Yeah, that was the money but on that, does the city agree to do that too? Do their part
Yes, if we move forward, we move forward
with the city?
together.
I'm gonna mention this, and I just realized that this letter did not go to everybody. I got a letter the 21st from Neil Shaw with the Waverly Fire Department. They want to build a helicopter landing field over there near the park, and said they have the money to do most of it. They've got a grant to do something, but they need an additional $7,655 in order to complete the project. I met with Robert Sampson from EMS and Michael Girl of Scotland County Maintenance at the site to solicit permission, advice, and support. EMS is in favor of this project as they recognize the need. We're still waiting on permission from the county since they own the property.
I gave permission last week to proceed with the project. I had to get Robert and Mike McGirt to finalize a few things. But what they're looking at doing is getting some lights that would be below ground, having those installed. They'd put in a meter base that has to be at least 50 feet away from a power pole, at which point in time Duke Energy will pay for it. If it's on the tree, if it's on the pole, Duke Energy will not pay for it. I don't know why, but I gave permission last week, or I told Robert and Mike in a meeting last week that we can proceed. They have permission to proceed.
Where they put it, in Waverly Park?
Yes, in Murray Park.
Yeah, Murray Park.
So did you gave them permission to proceed? Did you indicate to them one way or the other that they would receive that extra funding?
No. I didn't receive a request for funding.
Well, this looks like this letter came to you and to me.
Okay.
So how they gonna, when they decide that they're gonna get the money?
Well, I was gonna bring it up today, but I just thought this had gone to everybody, and I just realized now that it did.
I will just say it is a need, up in that area. They've used our church to parking lot for help.
Really?
And it has happened more times than.
It is one of our, it is a common.
It is.
Site.
Could this come out of ARP money?
Yes, and it may be something that we can have just in regular operations too.
How much is it? $7,600?
$7,655.
Yeah.
Can I
offer a motion that we approve?
We have a motion to approve.
Second.
Well, it's probably, we're gonna let Betty do for a second.
Yeah, let her.
Yeah, let me have this in my area.
All right.
Since I'm the commissioner of
Here's
that
a way, bro.
area.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Let's get, is there any other conversation we need to have about American Rescue Fund money?
Karen, I just say.
Let's go back to LGC and Laurel and East Laurenburg.
In the schools.
Hmm?
We gotta get
Oh, we
back
gotta do the schools.
To the school.
And I think there's something else on the agenda.
Well, I tell you what, let's go do the schools. We need to get that done, and I know you got, you gotta leave.
Well, if I don't get to leave, I have a call-in number, so we don't need to rush.
Well, okay.
But still, I know everybody wants to get finished.
Well, there is a funeral I need to go to.
Oh, that's just gonna try to furnish lunch.
I was gonna say.
No, I told him not to bring, let's go now.
Let's go home.
Let's go home.
Plenty of biscuits.
I want barbecue.
Schools, people.
I want barbecue.
Their request is for 10 million current expense and 600,000
Capital money.
Where's my notes on schools? Here it is. Oh, no, I'll just ask the question. Was it a challenge to come to the 10 million for current expense? How hard was it to negotiate that?
That was
It was not the challenging part, not in my observation,
It was what?
not challenging.
It was not, okay.
They didn't ask for more than 10.
They did not ask for more than 10.
Last year, asked for 13.
No, they came, I think, very appropriately.
Okay.
And as for 10, and as for the 6, we had conversation. And I want these two guys to and I know they will, feel free to say whatever they wish to say. I made the mention that I wasn't willing to commit to the 10 million because I felt like there were people on our board who may not be willing to go to that level, to stay at that level. I'll be honest with you, I was comfortable with the 10 million.
Okay.
I was comfortable with it. I was uncomfortable with us having to commit to that because I felt like last year I had done that and then they ended up going back to their board and asked for more money than what we had agreed upon. So I wasn't willing to commit myself to the 10 million at that time. I'm gonna say this and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. I felt like that both of our other two members were comfortable with the 10 and I was at that point. I just wasn't gonna say it at that point. One of our commissioners made a suggestion that they consider taking less than the 600,000, and they didn't want to respond to that at all. I don't think they gave any indication that they were willing to go down. Not that they wouldn't ultimately be willing, but at that point they weren't. Last year time we gave them 10,300,000. I am very comfortable with that. I think that perhaps others on the liaison committee would have been willing to go up from that. And if they had gone up 100,000 and the other side would have agreed, I'd have been perfectly fine with that. But, and I'm gonna shut up, let these two.
But is the school auditorium still the same thing they're asking extra money for?
They're not asking for extra money for the auditorium.
If you look at their request, Ms. Golston, they gave us a list of things. It's $2.6 million. They've got $1 million grant that's gonna take care of the whole auditorium.
Okay.
We don't do anything. And then they still have it, the 1.6 that's left. And they're asking us for 6 and gonna try to get grant money to take care of the other $1 million of their needs. And on that list is like, of course, the annual painting, roofing leaks at all the facilities, a cooling tower at Wagram School, covered walkways at Carver, a boiler at Sycamore Lane. So it's a variety of things on that list.
But they also gave us a 5-year, and that's what he's reading was year 1 of it. But they gave us 4 more years of their list. And
But we
it's
don't have that.
$1.6 million every year.
How much every year?
1.6 every year for 5 years, of which right now they're wanting to double it from last year, from 300 to 600,000. There's a lot of stuff in here that, you know, that's a different board. They can do what they want to do, but it's not things that necessarily,
But I have the concerns about the 390 going to Shaw.
well, I mean, 175,000 of that going to Shaw was for building automation. And they have that in there for, A.B. Gibson Center.
And
Wagram. That's in first year. And so that's almost $1 million in building automation.
What does automation mean?
I'm assuming it's one of those smart things where they can sit in a central office somewhere and turn lights on and off and air conditions on and off. I don't know.
You think it has to do with utilities?
I think it has to do with something of controlling the utilities.
That's what I mean,
Yeah. But I don't.
I mean, we've raised the question of the viability of Shaw being continued to use. I'd hate to spend $390,000 and then, you know, they realize, oh, well, Scotland's a much better location. And then we've got a nice paid parking lot up there in a building that's gonna be put up for sale at some point. You know, I think we need to think beyond the end of our little noses.
They only have 48 students. They could put in that new building, my God. I mean, with all that millions of dollars in that new building, found a spot there for them.
Which new building?
The new elementary school. South, whatever.
South Johnson.
No, you don't want to put Shaw in South Johnson.
No,
You don't
I don't
put
think-
Shaw
I don't
inside.
think you want to do that.
I'd like to weigh in here a little bit if I could.
Okay.
This sheet that they gave us, yeah, it says, 2022, 2023 proposed operational budget. Well, this is not a budget, this is just an expenditure list. Therefore, I have to make a decision, okay? Based on what I think is the budget. I don't want to vote to give all of this, give the 600, and take it out of the 10 million, or vice versa. But when I see expenditures such as, and they're not explaining to me, policy services, leadership services, office of the superintendent, and nothing explained. That, being familiar with budgets and far greater than this in the past, I know there's wiggle room there. So my recommendation, I like to cut through the chase, that we do 9.5, leave the other, cut it at least $500,000.
I don't 100% disagree. Well, the reason I disagree with you, John, is if you do that, then the low wealth funding is lost. They lose the low wealth funding if we do.
Okay, then, how about the other than the capital outlay?
No, that doesn't have anything to do with.
Okay, so then I would recommend we cut that at least 400,000.
400,000, what I'm saying.
Just cut it.
Cut it to 400,000?
400,000.
No. Well, take at least 350,000 out of it.
Out of the 10 million?
No, out of the capital outlay.
Well, we only get,
We're giving it 300 before.
you're saying don't give the
600.
6.
They're asking 6.
Yeah,
You're saying give 350.
Don't give them all of that.
you know, 400.
No, well, I'm just saying, cut it in half at least.
If they want to.
They don't expect, when you do a budget like this, you're not expecting all of that.
Well, and I'm gonna say it because they expect me to say it. I think 10 million is too much. We've had a goal of going below that. I think that we are in a good place with the liaison committee, and I don't want to mess that up. And so I'm willing to stay at the 10 million. Y'all don't have to do that. If we want to go down, then that's something we can talk about. But I'm okay with staying at the 10 million. But I think if they want to stay where we were last year, I think we should stay where we were last year. Period. And that's 10,300,000.
I'll make a motion for that. Can I make a motion?
You may, but I'd kind of like these guys to respond to that.
Mm-hmm.
Are y'all okay with that?
Yeah, I just want to say one thing.
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead, Ms. Carroll.
Before we get a motion, so they're asking for 10 and you're saying 10.3.
No, I'm saying,
300,000.
last year we ended up mediating and came at 10 million. We gave them 300,000 capital.
Okay.
That's the capital.
Yeah, okay.
And that what they're asking for 10 million
And
and
600.
600. And I think if we're gonna stay what we did last year, we should stay what we did last year.
That's a good idea.
Well, and I don't know that we're ready for a motion.
No, we're still having a discussion here.
Because, well, the liaison need to kind of get together before. If not, we're gonna walk in there and say, here's what's been motioned, you know.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. I forgot about that.
What's the number, the threshold, Tim, where we would, lose the low well?
9.8-ish.
No, I think it's 5%.
I thought it was 3 over.
It's 5% over a 3-year average. So basically, you're hitting, you don't want to cut it by more than 3% a year.
Right, because it'd be,
So it's gonna be different every year, but it's always gonna
Well,
be.
you don't even want to cut it 2%
Well,
a
if
year.
you took 3% out this year, there's nothing left to take out. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
So.
And one of the other things is, as the liaison committee, as kind of we don't really pass motions in that group, but we've always had as a basic understanding that just for budgetary purposes, we wouldn't want to go up or down in any year for the current expense of more than 2%.
Right.
So we've always tried to keep it, and we went down about 2% for those first 2 or 3 years. In fact, that last year, if you remember when we had the conversation about the amount we went to $9,850,000 because it was right at $200,000 below the $10,044,000. So I would, as speaking as one member of the liaison committee, would like to see us, if we go down for current expense, it not be ever be more than 2%. Okay, now, I think the liaison committee, I think we told them that we were pretty much in agreement, at least 2/3 of us were on the 10 million. And I'm certainly willing to agree with that. So I have no problem with staying at that figure. We told them that we felt like, or I didn't tell them, I think Tim did, that we felt like that this group might have difficulty with the $600,000 fee.
I have difficulty with it.
I
I
have
didn't tell
difficulty
them
with
Mike,
it.
I said they would
It's
have.
3 people that are different.
Well, I think we left as a committee as a whole, as Commissioner Gibson said, saying that we were okay, he didn't say it publicly, but that we were okay with the 10 million, staying where we were. We did not know that our whole board would be. And I even offered for me, the 600,000, I'm okay with because I see the need. I do have concerns with what Commissioner McCall shared. And the only thing for me is I'm trying to understand my balance of not telling them what to go in and cut or take out because I'm not on that board. I'm just trying to keep that balance.
I mean, that's.
But I offered as a counter offer the 450. I said, well, let's say we get our board and we can't get them to do 6. What about 450? And they never really said one way or the other, but I was just trying to find us a happy medium between the 3 that we give and the 6. But I felt like if we did the 450, they're gonna end up just saying absolutely no, we're gonna have to go through all those jumps. That's what I feel.
But just giving them the benefit of the doubt of being educated folks. When you do a budget, when you negotiate buying a house, a car, you know the deal. The seller always asks for more than he's willing to take in most cases. And I'm just saying, this is the way you do a budget. You always ask for a little more than you expect to get. And I'm just saying, maybe I'm wrong, but I would think this budget here includes more money than they really actually have to have, but that's the way you negotiate.
Commissioner Alford, I will say, because it's in my mind, that when I said the 450, and Sandy, I know you were listening close. Oh, you're talking about operating, not capital.
I'm talking total budget.
Okay, I do remember the school board chair, Mr. Singletary, saying to us specifically that we've already cut everything we can cut, and we can't cut anymore.
Yeah, so that's what you say.
Right, I'm just.
That's what you're supposed to say.
May I say this? Okay, when it comes to capital outlay, it's a different kind of situation. We can decide how much we want to give them, right?
Right.
That's something that the commission decide. It's no feedback one way or other kind of with that sort of situation, as is with the 10 million whatever budget is, right, Kevin? We can give them what we feel like they should have with the capital outlay budget.
You do that with the operating too, technically. I mean.
Yeah, I know, but
we have
already
more.
decided 10 million.
Yeah, we have more variance. In this.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
That's what we're trying to decide now.
When I was on the school, well, we got 100,000.
The actual formula calculation this year, which the school hasn't actually done for themselves, which we asked last year, that they kind of do that. And nobody at DPI which I think y'all are in the process of trying to get them something now, but they haven't calculated, and I don't know that they can. The calculation I come up with and the calculation Kevin come up with, mine was actually a little more than his, but I think it was about 8.9, wasn't it? When you base it on the formula, the school floor.
Would the formula allow us to compromise the low wealth funding?
It doesn't, no.
It doesn't. It would.
But it doesn't come into the calculation part, so.
Oh, I know, but I'm just thinking, the funding formula is still a general statute. We are doing our own internal formulation between schools and the county. But if there's a general statute out there that says you have to do this, wouldn't they say, do this, but we're not gonna let that hurt the low wealth funding?
I don't think they thought about that happening, so they probably didn't put that into legislation.
I think it's a pretty good question.
But-
That's a state thing, we're the only ones under the law.
Yeah.
We're the only ones under the law, that's a state, that's a state.
But I mean, I just think that if we're gonna, I know they don't wanna let go of that school floor, but, just be careful what you wish for, because.
The formula doesn't change the other parts of the state law that relate to the local fund.
Right.
I don't think the local act would immunize you from.
It would not immunize.
No.
No, yeah, I don't either. It doesn't say anything about it in there. So, I mean, but that would be a danger of doing it, but, I mean.
Are we questioning now the 10 million or the 600,000?
600.
May I ask a question? What is the ADM?
No, it was down again this year, but not as much.
Yeah, I mean, that's a low number.
And again, that's a number, do you want to use Raleigh's number or do you want to use their number? Because it's two different numbers.
Why should it be two different numbers? The average daily membership?
The one local is a little bit higher than the state, but not much. But, I think he's trying to find it there, but I would say it was 53.
See, one year, Sandra remembers several years ago, when I say several, I'm going way back.
I'm the 8,000.
We asked them to give us the itemized budget. They gave it to each commissioner. And I just went through it briefly. During our regular meeting, we were doing budget. And I was able to pick up on, like I marked through here, you know, when you say things like policy services and leadership services, these are conferences and all these kinds of things, which they have. But I'm just saying, there was a $30,000, and I said, well, what is this for? They said, superintendent of travel. I said, well, on another page here, you have the same thing, you know, duplicated. And I'm just saying, I agree with the liaison committee. If they report is that we, two of them agree with the 10,000 or 10 million, I don't have a problem with that. I just think we should cut through the chase on the 600,000.
So we're doing them a favor with the 10 million, because we don't have to go that far.
No, absolutely not. But, you know, like I said, we were good with that last year, so, you know, we didn't decide the 10 million until we met over here. Yeah, it was difficult last year. And, but
we were squabbling over pennies last year.
Yeah.
I see where you're coming from. I mean, this operational support services at 3.7 million.
See, you know, see.
Well, some of these columns are like that all heard me talk about the word other in budgets or audits, you know, and I hate that, you know, office of the superintendent, 95,000. All right, well, what is that? That ain't her salary. That's not, so, leadership services, 35,000.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. And again, I don't want to sit there and break their budget down. That's up to their board.
Yeah.
But, we'll do whatever, but we just need y'all to say.
My vote is to do half of that 600,000, reduce it to 3.
We're gonna stay at the
Stay where we were last year. Let's just stay where we were last year, no change.
With the 10 million.
With the 10 million, yeah, that's where I last.
And cut the capital outlay.
Yes.
Cut the request. We ain't actually cutting it.
Yeah, cut the request.
Yeah.
Is that a motion? Is that what I heard?
I'll make that motion.
What do we want to have a motion and have it set in stone?
No, because the liaison
Yeah.
don't recommend this to them, right? So
Okay,
we should
right.
make a motion.
Yeah.
All right. Well, and do we have kind of a consensus
Yeah, I was
that we
gonna
will
say,
go
we
back?
have a consensus for the liaison committee.
And 10 million plus the 300,000 for the capital.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not trying to throw a monkey wrench in anything.
No.
What does this group feel like if we say to them, we would like for the allocation for the next 2 years to be $10 million and 300,000?
Do we have to do it?
Can we commit a future board? Will they be bound to it?
Well, we've done it before.
But I'm saying, can we do that?
Well, I think you can say it, that way you gotta honor it.
Well, I think a future board may be able to change it. But in the past, the first time the liaison committee did this, we committed for 3 years, and then the second time for 2 years.
And my point is.
And we may not want to do that. I guess
I'm asking Ed here, does that hold water? A new board will be sworn in November.
I think a new board probably could, if it chose to.
Could change.
Not, yeah.
there won't be bound by it.
No.
So I'm saying, there's no need to do it. Just, my recommendation, we hold off on that. Just don't promise them something that we can't deliver. We may not be.
I was just hoping to avoid this process again next year.
But we don't know
I
what
guess
the
that's why I paid the
economy's
big
gonna
bucks.
do, really. We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't know what the economy's gonna do.
We do good to get through one budgetary year.
Well, we will, speaking to the other members of the liaison committee, BJ, I assume that what we will do is report to the chairman of the school board that our board is recommending the 10-3, that we are willing to accept that and hope that
At our
they,
June meeting, right?
and hope that they will.
Don't say 10-3, 10,
10
10 million and,
plus
yeah.
300,000 capital.
Do we want to communicate that to them before?
Well, I think I'll communicate that to either, do I communicate that to Rick, or do you communicate that to Dr. LeGrand?
Either way.
Well, I think since the liaison committee doesn't necessarily include you and Dr. LeGrand, why don't you communicate it to Dr. LeGrand? I'll communicate it to Rick.
Okay.
And I'll do that. I'll try to do that today. Now, if we've got time, do we have all the, what are the information we need to make the decision on East Laurinburg?
I don't think I think she said what they thought they knew about their liabilities, but I'm not sure we
She
ever
said they
got.
had to check on, yeah.
Kevin, didn't we get a list in March of a sort of a summary but that was not intended to be a final. I mean, there was a very, very cursory, I think that, the attorney sent me that maybe it went to Jason, but it was a very brief summary of, what the statute intends that they provide us under.
Yeah.
168 840 or 833. I think I've got it in my email somewhere. Yeah, it's very brief list of the assets primarily. No public enterprise, no fire protection, no law enforcement. Street lighting and sidewalks, 2.74 miles.
Oh, I did get that.
You did get it? I
I
thought
did
she
get
said
that.
she sent it to you.
Yep.
I actually requested it last week and she said they'd already sent it to you. Town owns a building that functions as a town hall, occasionally rented out, 3 vacant lots, 2 trucks, 1 dump truck. But the liabilities, I don't think they really addressed those, but I mean, I think that would be something important to know.
I think we need to know about that, number one. Number two, my concern for East Laurinburg is what's gonna happen with trash service. Because if that company stops pickup, we don't have a trash site near there. And so what are we gonna, I don't know, do we contract back to that company or do we go back to the city and say, hey, can you, I don't know if the city would pick it up as in their route, but,
Well, let me just make this point. I mean, I know that what's happened in East Laurinburg, probably 95% of the people that live in East Laurinburg were not responsible for it. So they're in a bad way. I don't have trash pickup. I live in the county and I'm probably not any closer to a convenience site than they are. And that's true all over Scotland County. And if you live in Marston, to get over to 401, we all have that distance to travel to take our trash if that's what we choose to do. And I do have trash pickup, but I make all my trips down there for recycling, and that works fine. I know that's gonna be a hardship for them because of the socioeconomic status of people that live in East Laurinburg. They're not gonna want to afford waste management on their own because it's not cheap.
But they're not affording it on their own now. I mean,
I thought they were.
they
paying for
are,
it
I mean, they
already.
are, but it's an agreement that's set up and they're just paying for it.
it on their own now?
They're paying to the
They're,
city.
it's being charged in through their water bills and the city of Laurinburg is collecting it.
And we would be in a better place to manage litter and trash if we can keep that maintained rather than leaving it to the way you and I have to do trash. I think.
That's what occurred to me, that we've got a trash problem already. We don't want to make it worse.
And we will.
I mean, they're paying for it themselves, but it's in an agreement. I think we need to do what we can on our part, if possible, to find a way to keep that agreement in place. Because it's gonna get, and I hate to say this, but East Laurinburg looks bad enough as it is.
Yes, you're right.
We don't need any growing issues there, and I hope that's it.
The LGC did ask if the city would take over management of that contract.
And they said
did not.
Then were they managing the contract previously?
Mhm.
They were collecting the payment through their billing and then sending that back to, I guess, to East Laurinburg.
Mr. Chairman, I think if the board wants any input or any sort of control over what goes in this resolution, that you might be premature to accept the responsibility before you.
Yeah, I agree. I don't, for one, I thank you. I don't think we can do that. And the other is, the city of Laurinburg obviously had this opportunity and they turned it down.
Yes.
Are there reasons that they turned it down that we don't, that we may not have figured out yet?
I don't know.
Is there somebody we can ask that? Will they tell us?
I can have that conversation with Charles.
Well, I've had conversations with individual council members, and they did not feel like that what they gained from, well, first of all, they did not feel what they could gain if they did the annexation would cover the cost of what it was gonna cost.
It would not.
And it would not. I mean, that was just pure numbers. Beyond that, that's the only thing that I was told.
What's the population, estimated population of East Laurinburg?
300 or 400 maybe?
That's under 300.
Is it under?
Under 300 people and under 300 houses.
Under 300 people.
But we don't have a choice. I mean, it's gotta go somewhere, right?
No, I think we do.
Well, no, not according to what, because that's the question I asked. What if we said no?
We may not have, we may have a choice legally.
Okay.
I think,
We need to know that.
basically, morally, we.
They pay, this dollar tax rate as I speak.
To the county?
If they own property, they pay. If they don't own property, they don't pay nothing.
I'm saying they own, the property owners,
They're gonna still be our county residents.
They still gonna have to pay.
My whole point.
Well, they've got a trash
We want something for
collection
that.
system in place. What can we do to keep that in place?
345 is the population.
You gotta look it up too.
Kevin, what can we do to keep that in place?
With that, and I think what Sharon mentioned was they don't have a current contract with Waste Management. They've been operating off of an expired contract. But we can reach out to Waste Management and anybody else who's providing. So I think Waste Management is the largest and take bids on the contract.
But that would make us responsible, wouldn't
Yes.
it?
I think for opening up a door,
Representation of,
if you're gonna pick up the trash of those county residents, but you're not gonna pick up the trash of the county residents in my neighborhood. Or the neighborhood, or in Laurel Hill. I mean, Laurel Hill's gonna come in here next month and say, hey, I hear you're picking up trash in East Laurinburg, we need our trash picked up.
Yeah, I don't think we can get in trash.
I don't know what we need to
I'm
do.
afraid we might get in it either way, though.
Do what?
I'm afraid we might get in it by
I think
default.
we may be forced into it.
Right, because of what, that, if they came, if the city came to me today and said, we're not picking up your trash anymore, you got hauled off, it would be a big change in my life. I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but it would be.
It'd be a big change.
And it's a difference, in my opinion, in me knowing that I have to be responsible for my trash, and me all of a sudden,
Right.
Yeah, well,
where I moved, I knew when I moved, I had to take care of my trash. But when you have lived knowing you put your trash beside the road and it's gone, and it's gonna be different. And some people
and
are not gonna adhere.
it's just like BJ saying, and like you said, 95% of the people over there who don't have their trash picked up had absolutely nothing to do with the fact that they no longer get their trash picked up. And so it's not like somebody
Well,
voting.
those empty lots over there is gonna turn into the trash.
And
pile.
either we working in this agreement,
That's what,
or when we get this contracted company, we have to add it in for them to go over and pick up trash.
that's what.
I would still like to see what the numbers are, because Waste Management may not, the whole contract may not be worth Waste Management doing it.
Just look into it.
We can reach out to them and find out.
I mean, I know that Waste Management charges me, I just paid it, $93 a month to pick up.
A month?
$90 a month?
Yes,
Almost
And they don't pick up,
$100
and they
a
don't
month.
pick up recycling,
huh?
and they don't pick up recycling.
And I called them and said, I live alone, can you come every 2 weeks and charge me half of that? No, they said it's a month only service. So I go back and forth, do I want them? I like putting it in a thing and putting it on the street, but fortunately, I pay it. There are people in East Laurenburg that cannot pay $93 a month to have their trash picked up.
That's why I took
That's almost a cleanup.
Well, I put mine in the street, because either whether I pay it or not, they gonna charge me.
What do you have in Scotts Meadows, BJ? You?
I have too many children. I have to carry mine off. But we do waste management. Most people out there who do waste management.
I know.
And they argue all the time about how expensive it is.
How much you pay?
I don't. I carry mine off to the
Oh my
trash.
God. Can you imagine having to do that?
It's a headache.
I done had it done so long in Wakem, single pair of water, my average water
just
bill
used
is
to
$60 a month. And that $60 a month for my water bill and sewage is also my trash.
Trash.
So I'm getting involved.
You are.
Okay, folks, we are getting to the end of this. And I know that Tim had something he wanted to bring up. You got time?
You want me to do that now? It won't take 2 minutes to this.
Go ahead.
Jason gave you all a copy of this. This is I got yesterday at the Transportation Committee at the COG.
Oh, okay.
And basically what this is, it's not basically, this is the state DOT projects listed for Scotland County. And as I said one time before, they were all moved out. They are all now moved out to 2029 and beyond.
They move every time, they keep moving it. It's gonna
And
be-
now they're listed as not funded. Now, these were step 6 projects. Now they're gonna be put into the step 7 and rescored and believe it. And so I guess my thing to this is that if you're talking to Garland or Tom or whoever about stuff like this, compare it to the one and I should have brought the Robinson County one. I don't want to put it on Robinson County, but theirs is 2 full pages long of stuff that's being done.
Being delayed?
No, that are being done.
Richmond County too.
In Richmond County, to some extent, Richmond County is not quite as bad but Robinson has got a lot. But they told us we could do swaps in these, but there's nobody I'm gonna get to be able to swap a project in Robinson for one of these in Scotland County. I know that, but you know, it all comes back to money, right?
I'm asking Kevin when the transportation board come to Scotland, come before us again.
I was gonna say, well, that one, it depends on when.
Come
We
every
do-
year, don't they?
Well, we come up with annual steps, or the step is updated almost every year.
And now they've changed that, so
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
They used to come every week.
Yeah, I just wanted y'all to see, so if you're talking to people, you see that Scotland County has been pushed to the end of the rail.
And then one of them here is only, the one for, US 15, US 401, you know.
One of them is widening
Yeah.
from South Main down to the state line south, and one is widening it from basically your house to Wagram.
Yeah.
Or the Rayford, and then there's the Laurel Hill, bypass thing is considered in that, but now, the airport thing is on there, but it's really separate. I mean, it's
Yeah.
because it's funded. But anyway, I just wanted you to see that, to see the actual projects for the DOT for North Carolina for the next 9 years.
I was on the transportation board and we met in Lumberton and it's about 2 years, you know, for 401 bypass, all that. And now it's pushed to forever.
Get it done.
No, I couldn't. You just can't get anything done. I sat on that board. I didn't know what was going on.
And some of that is because we have a few projects, but they're also massive projects. But
Let me bring up one other thing, and I've talked to Garland about trying to set up an appointment for representatives of this group to go and talk with he and the Speaker of the House. He's working on that. But we've had a proposal, and Kevin, very briefly, can you comment on Mr. Easterlin's firm, the law firm he works with in Raleigh?
Yes.
We've got correspondence.
Well,
You called us personally.
Yeah.
You call me.
You called me.
okay.
You did not call me.
I met, Mark Ward and I met with John Easterling last week, I believe. And we talked with Charles the week before, set up a joint meeting, but we wound up meeting separately. With that, looking at, because the state has a $6 billion surplus that they're looking at in this upcoming budget, there is the expectation that there is going to be another round of significant funds available that could be for local projects. With that, of course, he did have a list of the projects that we had already submitted. And Mark and I brought up some other larger projects that we were currently working on numbers for. But with that, he said that they would be interested in providing services. So we asked him to provide the proposal. So with that, last week, he provided a proposal for lobbying services of $6,500 a month. $6,500 a month. It's not specifically a term. It's not for a year or whatever. It's just, with this. No, they would just represent the county for $6,500 a month. The recommendation that Mark and I would talk about, and especially if this winds up being a short session, and seeing November is going to be quite contentious, I really don't see Raleigh wanting to stay in Raleigh any longer than absolutely necessary. It could be very beneficial to have them as a firm represent us during the short session, or, for June and July, to try to get some of these excess funding.
But Kevin, he says in this thing on the third paragraph, the last sentences is, "will focus related to the DOT of the NC DOT."
Where do you see that, Tim?
It's in the third, right here on the third
I've got it here in
paragraph.
front of me. Hang on. I see it.
That line is what threw me off about that letter.
Why would we focus on DOT?
That's what I'm getting at.
Because none of our requests have anything to do with
No.
that.
Right.
What is that, Kelvin?
Honestly, I'll let you know. That $6,500 a month drew my attention more than that line.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I get it. But
Well, I'm still thinking about the Laurenburg, the runway extension on this sheet, when we're here and it's already been funded.
it is funded. That doesn't say it's not funded. That's the only one that is funded.
Where does it say on the bottom?
And in the meeting with John Easterling, we discussed no DOT projects.
That's what threw me off, though, was that line. Because when he called me about it, he didn't say anything about DOT. He didn't say, But, so why is that line in there? And I know how attorneys are. I'm not knocking your profession, that will hold you to what's in that sentence. And, you know, well, we said we would do it for 6,500 for DOT issues. Okay.
Well, my question is, I mean, I didn't get to go to Raleigh last year, I had a conflict, but we were successful when our delegation went up there, and we came back with over $1 million. Can we not represent ourselves with, Representative Pierce, the Speaker, McInnes, and the, you know, if we see, Senator Berger, I don't know. And I'm afraid the 6,500 would stretch it. Of course, we could terminate it at any time because it doesn't say it's a term contract. But just because it's a short session doesn't mean that come June 30th, everybody's going home. We know that's what's gonna happen.
Did he represent Hope County?
Yes.
He was representing Hope County. If he represented Hope County and they got over $30 million,
That was
Well,
last
they
year.
went to bat before we did. When we got there last year, that was the end of the game.
that was the end of the game.
Yeah.
We had not, but Reverend Pierce said we had not
Right.
submitted, but he didn't one-on-one tell us that we had, you know, you called and told me about that.
John called me and that's how we ended up doing that.
I'm afraid not to do it really in a way. I think that it may, if we could do it for the short session, it'd be to our advantage, really.
Betty, I agree with you. I hate spending extra money if we don't have to, but I think for the little amount of money this would add up to for a 3-month period with what we potentially could get out of it, I'd hate to not do it.
I do think though,
We do.
Kevin should discuss
Pursue,
that.
clarify that question.
What is this, I think Kevin had told me the city was offered the same service for, I think, the same amount of money.
The city was copied on this letter, because Mark and I asked, okay, would it be one contract or a contract with the county and then the city would be under it? They said that the city and the county would have separate contracts. But we could arrange to figure out exactly what of the projects could be coordinated.
I think whatever we do, we need to not leave it open-ended.
Right, totally.
Say maybe 3 months and we'll reevaluate at the end of 3 months.
Yeah.
I can live with that, but not much more.
Just,
We should know within 3 months what the reality is of how much money we're gonna receive and if they're gonna be successful in getting it for us.
just to answer that question, my conversation with Hope County Commissioners is that they don't feel like they would have ever gotten what they got without having this in place.
Having a lot of stuff.
They just wouldn't.
I think we at the time now, if we don't get some good money, we're gonna have to have a lot. Service. We got to have
Like
one.
traditional lawyer skills.
So when they got the,
Before-
BJ, when
before
Hope
we-
County got the 30,000,
30
30 million last year,
More than 30.
they had contracted with this firm.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
John, you were gonna say something?
Yes. You're talking about there may be a second round of money. There's a project I believe is worth having on the table. Our dump sites need to be redone.
You talking about landfill?
Our dump sites, all our dump sites.
Oh,
John, I'm burning them more.
Okay,
We
John,
got so much
John,
stuff to do. Oh,
if you don't mind, let's finish the lobbying part.
Oh, you hadn't finished the lobby.
Do I have a motion that we contract, that we ask the manager to pursue that sentence, exactly what we're gonna be getting, and that we are willing to pay the 6,500 for a 3-month period? And you go ahead and you give him permission to make that contract if he's satisfied that they're gonna be working on the projects that we have indicated to them they need to work on.
That's, you're asking for a motion?
I'm asking.
I'll make that motion.
Okay.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Attorney will review that too.
I was, as you say in court, you know, it was a compound questions.
Yeah, well, and a lot of these things, you know, these Laurenburg is kind of the same thing. We need the two of y'all working together on this to make it as good as it can be. All in favor of that, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay.
Does this eliminate us doing our own work to go up?
No.
Absolutely not.
No, we
Okay.
still-
Just
Absolutely
checking.
not.
I would
It'll be
imagine
essential that
at
you
some
do.
point, that at some point, he would say, I need some of y'all to come.
Yes.
With that in mind, and to go back to John,
if there are other projects, because I think there's gonna be money up there, and we need to get it.
As much
Bang
as
for our
we can.
buck.
And we actually got the number of projects we need to have on that list? Did we do it the maximum amount? We need to overdo it to get what we,
What do we need at the jail? 50 million?
For a new
courthouse?
jail, for a new jail, yes.
Just don't expand it.
A new high school,
Don't expand it.
They're asking.
a new courthouse.
Whole county is asking for a new house.
A new what?
I was gonna
A
bet
new
you
high
have a new
school?
courthouse.
You sure do?
What are they gonna tell us? No?
We've got to come up with the maximum things that we can possibly get some money.
It's, I'm saying, John,
Okay.
what John wants to suggest is something
A
else.
project. All of our dump sites, those big dumpsters are sitting ground level. If you have a mattress or anything, that thing is 6 feet high. All of them they should be on a platform, which will entail a little more land, and they have to, you have them on, you can't have them all on one side, because you gotta come and get them, with the truck. But economically, not economic, but ergonomic, what folk have to do and many ladies come there, it's just asking too much for them to throw it up. They have to get somebody. And I went there, I'm pretty strong. I couldn't get my mattress in there. Had to get help. It's coming back on you because you gotta really get it up there. And I'm just saying, we need to have a project. It's gonna be expensive, it's gonna be a few $100,000. But all of them need to be redesigned for those dumpsters to be lowered at least 3 feet.
Or either build a platform so you go up on it and you can,
Well, that's what I'm saying. Either way, you can build a platform up or lower the dumpsters. But it needs to be done. It's unsafe and it's just not well thought out for the people.
It's not very convenient for a convenient site.
For folk to have to use them.
well, I don't wanna go up the steps. They have those metal steps attached to it and they move and I don't climb them.
It's unsafe trying to climb steps of trash, so I'm just saying that should be a project that we redo them. Now, how it will be redone, I'm not an expert, I don't know, but they need to be lowered.
I agree, or they need to have something up that you can look at.
I don't need to have to try to throw trash up over my head.
And knock yourself out.
And
Knock yourself
It's
out.
indoors, and all you had to do was take it and just slide it on in. But then they started closing them, so now you have to go over the top.
Yeah, and it's not very good.
So-
But anyway, I think that's a project we could put
Well,
on the table.
and perhaps we could ask the manager to work on that, to look at what a proposal would look like and what the dollar amount ought to be.
When this money's out floating, we can.
But then, we also got to make it on things that are attractive to the general public, They may not want to, we gotta have this done problem. They may not want to support a dumpster, project. I don't know. See what I mean, John?
Who was that? Who would not want to support?
Nah, I think so.
Well, folks, it's almost 10 after 1, and Carol, we're trying to get you out of here if you want to.
It's too late, that's okay. I'm gonna call in. I can't jump out of here and drive 120 miles to be 15 minutes late for a meeting.
I can tell you what the highway patrolman could do. Mr. Clerk, you will find that arriving on time is more a factor on when you leave than how fast you drive.
Yeah, I can call in.
That is a direct quote.
From whom?
Do we have to take action on your opioid?
From a highway patrolman somewhere in Lee County.
Has another meeting date been set?
Yes.
I want to get that from you.
So how much longer you think we'd be here?
Well, I kind of told folks we would go until 1 o'clock.
What time is it, Carol?
10 after almost.
I have two things.
Okay.
First is just an update. We did have a second opioid meeting. And in that, the group is coming to more of a consensus on looking, we need basically a coordinator case manager who can actually go off and start finding the gaps in the system, making the connections, as well as a case manager who can follow up after someone gets Narcan, dose of Narcan. They can follow up, trying to connect them to services if someone's discharged from the hospital, or treatment facility, looking at that, as well as also making sure that they're working with East Point and other facilities in there. That is the current trend. That is the current path that we're looking to do for looking at creating a coordinator and case manager for opioids moving forward.
So they'll pay the opioid, money would pay for their.
Yes, it would be 100% out of the opioid funds.
As long as somebody else.
Yes. Now, those are the opioid funds that you have control over, but
yeah.
Also,
What is that?
with that going in a completely different direction, Scotland County, talking about land prices, as we have seen an increase in values. Right now, when you sell a residential property, the deed recorded is compared to the assessed value. When the assessed values are off by 10% or more, too high, too low, the state sends you a letter saying you should do a reappraisal. You have to, by state law, do one at least every 8 years. You can do one every year. No one does it generally in a 4-year. However, because of housing prices, and this is a document for the entire state, most of the county their assessments are well below 90%. Scotland County's current assessment is 84%. So the state is requesting that we do a revaluation. This is not something that is done quickly or whatever. The last one was done in 2019. So we are on track for potentially getting a 4-year revaluation. It might be possible to get one done by January 1 of 2023, but it would probably be January 1 of 2024. But I'm going to be working with the tax office to figure out exactly what it could do. They are currently exploring software that they could do the majority of it in-house. With that, of course, if we are doing an appraisal, we would hire a consultant to do the industrial properties.
We've done that in the past.
Which is what we've generally have done.
Yes. Is that a request from the state or a mandate?
I'm not sure exactly how firm that is.
I thought you said request. I didn't know whether it was something.
Yeah. It is a request, but it is at least a very firm request. And when you're at 84% evaluation, it makes perfect sense to do this.
Well, it looks like most counties are below 100.
Yes. And what you're looking at is below the 90%.
Below 90, okay.
So when you're below 90% or above 110, the state really pushes you to do a revaluation.
I see lots of revaluations coming up.
What's the COD column?
I'm not entirely sure.
Is the sales actually the number of sales of properties that have taken place in the last 12 months?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course, the number of sales in the study.
Okay, and so you're gonna have other conversation and come back to us with
Yes.
this? Okay.
And the tax office is doing some research and finding out exactly the best way that they think of moving forward with this.
Okay.
Is that it for you?
That is it for me.
Carol, anything else?
Well, while we're here, and it's been mentioned to me by some citizens, the front yard, and that's not the right word to use, but the front landscaping of this, what I think is a really very attractive building for county government. I don't think it would cost that much to seed that ground and get grass growing. You agree with me, John?
We had already discussed that a couple of us.
Yeah. And my thought was, is that something that could be done through, cooperative extension and master gardeners? Could that be pursued?
You talking about for here?
Huh?
You talking about for here?
Out
I didn't
front.
think moved it.
John mentioned it to me the other day. He said, this is a nice piece of property and it's got a yard that just doesn't look like much of a yard.
Just dirt, yeah. And I think that for a little bit of investment, into the city, I don't know if the city would maintain our grounds once we got something done or not, but city beautification would just be looking more attractive. That's all.
Well, that, and also this property is owned by RCC.
That's right.
Well, but I still think it's.
Oh, we could.
Somebody figuring out what it would take to make it look a little more presentable.
Yeah, and that's not a problem because we wind up paying for it either way. But
What I was gonna say is, what's your point? But that's, I thought I would ask it a little more.
I mean, I think aesthetics are important.
It is.
I mean, they really are.
Okay, that's something to think about.
All right, Betty, anything comment?
No, not for as a county commissioner, sir. I would like to congratulate Commissioner, B.J. Gibson for his graduation from his, college. Last week,
Yes, ma'am.
last, and his wife,
Yes, ma'am.
another college, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Both of you favorite state. Is that what it
She's
was?
Fayetteville State, I was Fayetteville Tech.
Oh, okay.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Alford,
I don't have anything.
Commissioner Gibson.
I did, but she messed me up, so no.
Well, it sounds a lot better coming from her.
Yeah, I don't even remember what it was though.
I congratulate him as well,
You
and
did.
hope I never have to use that service.
Know what you mean.
Well, I
It
was
is a
gonna-
violent
I was gonna
service.
ask you what it was, but now I don't.
You
I think
know,
I
don't you?
Violent service. You ain't coming back now.
Yeah, nothing from me. We are adjourning until.
January 6th.
June
January 7th.
6th.
June 6th.
January 6th.
Yeah.
I like
no.
January 6th. I won't be here.
We also, just let me remind you that our July 4th, our July meeting is, the first Monday is the 4th, so I think that meeting has been scheduled for the 11th.
Do we have a
That's what y'all
date,
voted on in November.
Okay.
So it
do
is
we have a
the
date for the, to vote on the budget? Or can we do that in June? Or will we have another date in June to do that?
It is tentatively scheduled for the 21st
Okay.
Of June.
of June.
And we gotta meet here again, 21st.
Yes, but you will, at the June 6th meeting, you will recess
Until the
till
And the
the
public. hearing-
21st, or if that date doesn't work, you set that date, but it was just, we've calendared it for the 21st.
Oh,
We need an extra bonus.
That's all easy problem.
And the
the
public will
public-
be the public
The
hearing.
public hearing will be
June
June 6th.
6th.
We voted on that schedule last November.
That's right.
I've had something come up since then.
For the 11th.
But we'll figure it out.
Offer motions for adjournment.
Have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. Thank you very much.
Sunday I'm supposed to take my daughter.
Jason,
Back to
are we
Charlotte,
off?
fly to Germany.